Thanks, everybody. I turned my speech off prematurely and then realized I was going to have to unmute. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 edition of the National Federation of the Blind of Massachusetts Convention. Glad to see all of you here, and particularly a welcome to new people and to those of us who we haven't been able to see for a number of months because of COVID. I hope all of you enjoyed all the many sessions yesterday. One of the great things about a virtual convention is that you get to hop from room to room, which is what I did much of the time. We have lots of talent in this affiliate, some of which I didn't know about until last night. So, and we had many, many interesting sessions, and I hope today will be equally informative and enjoyable for all of you. So we are going to start with a musical selection from Masha Sten-Clanton. So Kevin, if you could help Masha to unmute.
Okay. Hello. Last year, Shara asked me to sing the national anthem. And so this year I decided to sing the one that a lot of people think should be the national anthem, America the Beautiful. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for pilgrim feet whose stern, impassioned stress a thoroughfare for freedom beat across the wilderness. America, America, God mend thine every flaw. Confirm thy soul in self-control, thy liberty and law. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold refine, till all success be nobleness, and every gain divine.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And Joanne Jordan, if you'd like to lead us in the pledge.
So, Joanne, there you go.
I pledge to participate actively in the efforts of the National Federation of the Blind to achieve equality, opportunity, and security for the blind, to support the policies of and programs of the Federation, and to abide by its Constitution.
Thank you very much. like to
You're
take a
welcome.
moment. I'd like to take a moment, a somber moment this morning, just to ask for a moment of silence to remember all those who have lost their lives to COVID and to other illnesses and unforeseen accidents, and to also acknowledge those who've experienced significant losses during this very unusual and challenging year. So a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And I realized after I said that of course you have a moment of silence whether you want one or not if you're muted. But anyway, I appreciate our taking time, and I think it's important as we celebrate this convention and our opportunities to be together, at least virtually. I want us to remember those who have not been so fortunate, or those who are suffering from recent losses. I have a few announcements. One thing to tell you, unlike yesterday, for the remainder of this convention, you will be in this Zoom room. So that hopefully should be easier. We will hold all of the sessions, including the banquet, in this room. So keep that link handy or that phone number handy, and you should be well connected. In addition, I want to talk about door prizes. So Margaret and Lorna are our door prize mavens this year. Thank you for all your hard work and for all those who contributed. This is the way the door prizes are going to work. You do need to be in the convention session to win a door prize. And what's going to happen is you can do one of two things. If you won a door prize, you need to either raise your hand or to acknowledge that you're here, or if you would feel more comfortable, you can call my phone number, which is 781-267-4432. I'll give that again, 781-267-4432. And Jim is going to answer my phone because I'm multitasking challenged at the moment. So I've asked him to do that. And for those of you who don't know, Jim is my husband. So, okay. With that being said, do we have a first door prize?
Yes, we do have a first door prize, and that is a $25 Visa gift card, which has been donated generously by the NFB of Massachusetts affiliate.
Okay. So who's our first lucky winner?
And our first lucky winner is Jennifer Bose.
Jennifer, are you in the room?
She is.
Terrific.
And you can also raise your hand by Alt-Y for those that don't know, or is it *9 on the phone now?
Correct.
I think it's *9, yes.
Okay. So
Jen, you are here. Terrific. Congratulations. I will, I happen to have that prize, so I will send it out to you. And those who donated your prizes, they will be sending out those prizes, and we will be doing that throughout the convention.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Congratulations. We will also have an auction this evening, and for auctions, we have several ways that we can, several ways that we can distribute, can collect your money and distribute your prizes to you. So stay tuned for that. We'll do that later today. So bring your credit cards and your cash and whatever form of legal tender you have. We don't do any counterfeit, and we haven't gotten into the virtual money yet. But so bring that, and please bid. We do need those donations for our scholarship program and other things that we sponsor throughout the year. And now, without further ado, I would like to turn the microphone over to our esteemed national representative, who we're proud to welcome this morning. He is a fellow board member of mine, the head of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee nationally, the president of NFB of Washington, D.C., and an all-around good guy. Some of you had the pleasure, and I've heard positive things already, some of you have had the pleasure of meeting with him yesterday. And so please give your undivided attention to Sean Calloway. Welcome, Sean.
Well, thank you, Madam President. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. And you failed to mention, Amy, that we have a sort of a kinship that we are both social workers. So that's like almost like a fraternity, a sorority. So when you are a social worker, you recognize your fellow social workers, and I definitely recognize the hard work that you put in, not only as the affiliate president, but as a social worker as well. So I'm truly blessed to be here. This is my third convention, the national rep assignment, and virtually. And so my wife and I have made a promise that any virtual convention that I'm the national representative of, we are going to visit that affiliate once COVID is over. So I am looking forward to, coming to your convention in the future. And trust me, we will be there. And I've already had some tour guide type of interaction with some of the affiliate members. I plan to visit Springfield and the National Basketball Hall of Fame. Looking forward to that. I will not go. I believe your arena is TD Bank. What is the name of your arena? The Boston Celtics, Amy. Well, wherever the Boston Celtics play, I won't be there. I'm not a Celtics fan at all. But I am a Tom Brady fan, so I hope that doesn't upset any of you as well. President Riccobono, as you know, cannot make every convention. And so he sends his greetings and says hello to everyone. And I think people need to understand that he's a president that is open to all. So if you have any concerns, any questions, any ideas, anything you're doing unique in your affiliate, please share with him. He really loves to hear about the good things that your affiliate is doing. So you can contact him at our national office at 410-659-9314, or you can email him at officeofthepresident@nfb.org. Trust me, he would love to hear from you. And I highly urge you to, like I said, if you have any questions, concerns, any good things you want to report in regards to what your affiliate and your chapters are doing, please let him know. As you well know, we've made a strong concerted effort from a diversity and inclusion standpoint to really create inclusive spaces within our organization. Now, one of the things I'm sure you have heard about already, matter of fact, is being disseminated as we speak, is the Diversity and Inclusion Survey. Now, we are urging all members of the Federation to review and basically read the survey and also fill out the survey and submit it. Now, the survey can be done online. Now, for those individuals who do not have sort of the online presence and internet presence needed to fill out this survey, I am urging chapter presidents and also board members to assist those individuals who cannot use the internet to fill out the survey. The survey is extremely important to really guide the Federation in regards to our diversity and inclusion efforts. The surveys are anonymous, so you don't have to state your name or even what affiliate you're from. So I highly encourage you to fill out this survey, because it's very important to the Federation, like I said, in sort of helping us guide our diversity and inclusion efforts. Now, also, just to let you know, we're conducting anti-bias training within the Federation as well. So the first set of trainees will be our national board, our affiliate presidents, and NFB staff members. Now, these trainings will be conducted in the month of March, I believe in the last 2 Saturdays of the month. So just to let you know that we will be having anti-bias training within the Federation. And hopefully this training will go beyond, again, the affiliate presidents, our national board, and our NFB staff. Also, we are having a open diversity and inclusion open forum on March 8th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Information in regards to that forum is forthcoming. So I will highly encourage you to join the Diversity and Inclusion Committee as they host the open forum again on March 8th. Of course, it's through Zoom. And again, this information should be disseminated throughout the Federation throughout next week. Now, one thing I want to say that the Federation does have zero tolerance in regards to sexual misconduct and sort of abuse of our members within the Federation. I mean, we're working very hard to really address sexual misconduct within the Federation. And we're committed to protecting our victims and survivors as we, help those heal from past trauma. And so with that said, we are definitely going to be conducting some training. We've partnered with RAIN, which is the largest anti-sexual violence organization in the country, to conduct trainings with our members on sexual misconduct. Now, the first of 10 trainings will be held in March, but I just want to make sure you understand who will be a part of this training. Number one, it's mandatory for the following individuals. So NFB employees and contractors, national members of the board of directors, staff, students, and board of directors of our national training centers. Okay, the boards of each of our affiliates and our national divisions. The 2021 NFB Scholarship Committee, the NFB Survivor Task Force, and also we've invited individuals from the national board in regards to trainers of those individuals who are blind. So they have been invited to participate in this training as well. Now, these trainers are basically equipped to equip our membership and creating a healthy environment for our membership. And also, our NFB Survivor Task Force is scheduling different meetings and calls and forums to help our members or assist our members in addressing sexual misconduct within the Federation as well. Let's see. Now, in regards to our code of conduct grievances, now we usually ask that these grievances are filed within the year of sort of the allegation or the misconduct, but we are taking these allegations as far as back as you can remember, even going back to the 60s or 70s, if need be, up until August 31st. So it's just not extended to a year, but we're definitely extended it as far as you can remember. If anyone has experienced any sexual abuse or harassment within the organization. Now, one thing I think people, I do want to let people know that an external party will be reviewing these matters. It's not internal. So an external firm will be reviewing all complaints in regards to sexual harassment or sexual misconduct. Now, more information can be found at nfb.org/survivor. So if you have any questions or concerns, you can definitely go to nfb.org/survivors to have those more information in regards to the sexual misconduct and sexual harassment within the organization. Now, in regards to COVID-19, if you have experienced any barriers in regards to COVID-19 in relation to inaccessibility, please contact our national office. We definitely need to know if you've experienced some inaccessibility, especially for myself. I've heard several blind people have experienced inaccessible websites in regards to signing up to receive COVID tests. So if you are one of those individuals, please contact our national office and matter of fact, you can contact Valerie Yingling at vgingling@nfb.org or call 410-659-9314. All right, next up, our national convention. As you have heard, I'm sure that our national convention for 2021 will be virtual again this year. And so it will be held from July 5th through the 10th. And so activities have already, the planning for the activities already are underway in terms of planning. And so we are hoping that you can begin registering on March 1st. So the registration begins on March 1st. And so we are hoping that we can exceed those outstanding numbers that we had last year and have more participation in regards to our membership and our non-members as well. Now, I just want to let you know that even though we're not having our convention in New Orleans this year, we're planning to have our convention in New Orleans in 2022 at the same time, which is July 5th through the 10th, at the same hotel that we originally scheduled to have our convention. And it's going to be the same rate and the same prices. And I'm just going to take a wild guess, the same type of heat, because it's hot in New Orleans, trust me. But I am looking forward to not only this convention coming up, but our convention next year in 2022. Let's see. Oh, by the way, I want to let you know that registration, once again, is free. Now, it's very important that you do register because in order to vote, you must register. That's number one. And number two, in order to vote, you must be a dues-paying member of the organization and of your affiliate. Now, I know that many of our chapter presidents have been charged to submit their chapter their chapter list of membership. So once you submit that list, these will be the members who will be eligible to vote during this year's national convention. And also, you must have a valid phone number as well in order to vote. And also, I would say, please continue to check our Braille Monitor and nfb.org for additional information in regards to our convention. Okay, as you well know, we have a wonderful and outstanding NFB scholarship program where 30 students from across the country are awarded scholarships. Now, if you are a student and you want to apply for one of these scholarships, the scholarship application deadline is March 31st. Now, I think Madam President Rule will agree with me in saying that if you are one who is seeking to apply for this scholarship and you need a president's letter, don't wait until March 30th to call or contact Amy for the meeting and to do your letter. We kind of want you to do it as soon as possible, but the deadline for the submission of your application is March 31st. And of course, this affiliate has been known to produce so many scholarship winners. So kudos to this affiliate. And of course, we want to acknowledge Precious Perez, who is this year's Kenneth Jernigan Scholarship winner. So that is a huge kudos to your affiliate and to Precious as well. And also my dear friend Syed Risby is a former scholarship winner as well. So just wanted to acknowledge him. And also, just like I said, y'all have had, the Massachusetts affiliate is known for producing scholarship winners. And I wouldn't be surprised if a few more come out for 2021. Also, if you have any nominations for the Jacob Bollerton Awards, that will be the application deadline for the Jacob Bollerton Award is, April 15th. So please have your nominations for the Jacob Bollerton Award. Let me just say this award really recognizes the contribution of Jacob Bollerton, who was the first blind physician in the country, I believe in the world actually as well. And so this particular award will really recognize individuals and businesses who assist blind people and to help them navigate help them get to the life they really want to live. So if you know of any organization or any person who is helping blind people really succeed or help them live the life they want, please nominate them for this award. The cash prizes are very beneficial to these organizations and helps the organization and that person continue to work with blind people and help them enhance their lives and live a good quality of life. Matter of fact, if you have any sort of questions, you can go to nfb.org/Bollerton for further questions. Now, of course, we have our presidential releases every month. These have been live, of course. And so our next presidential release will be held on March 1st. Let's see. Thursday, April 1st and Sunday, May 2nd. These will be our next live presidential releases. So if you have any questions in regards to the presidential release, you can go to nfb.org/presidential releases. Also, if you have any questions for President Rick Bono prior to the presidential release that you want to have him to ask during the presidential release, you can contact Chris Danielson at cdanielson@nfb.org, or you can call Chris at, again, 410-659-9314. Also, during our presidential release, there will be Spanish translation and captioning as well. So, as you all well know, we are committed to continuing to build the Federation, build our membership. So just know that our membership committee is there for you if you need them to need some assistance in building your membership. Now, just continue the outreach and recruitment. And again, just go to your membership. The membership committee on a national level for assistance if you need to. Now, of course, we also are really encouraging to outreach to diverse populations as well. So if you have any questions in regards to reaching out to diverse populations within your affiliate, I would urge you to contact myself or Colin Wong. You can reach me at Callaway, CALLAWAY .Shawn at Gmail, SHAWN@gmail.com. Also, please, if you have any questions or concerns as well in regards to diversity and inclusion or sort of building your membership through diversity, you can email us at diversity@nfb.org. Okay. Also, the NFB membership committee is conducting quarterly calls as well. So we'll be having these calls for members who would really want to get a clear understanding what the Federation is all about. Oftentimes, there are a lot of misconceptions and assumptions, negative assumptions made about the Federation. So these quarterly calls are used to address those questions that individuals may have. So once the information comes out about these quarterly calls, I highly encourage this affiliate to use your social media platforms and listservs to get the word out, about these quarterly calls. Now, we plan on having, when I say we, meaning the NFB membership committee, is plan on having monthly forum calls with affiliate presidents, chapter presidents and membership chairs as well to assist and get an idea on how we can continue the membership building within the organization. So stay tuned for those meetings and forums as well. Also know that once you sign on a new member, please provide them with pledge cards, which you can get from our Independence Market. And also make sure that you immediately do a new template, a new members template form. Now, again, the template form is not to be filled out by the new member themselves, but by the membership chair or someone within the chapter. If you have any questions, again, in regards to membership, contact membership@nfb.org. Now, just to let you know, we do have public service announcements in English and in Spanish, so you can download these the announcements on our nfb.org website, or you can go to nfb.org/PSAS. So if we can definitely disseminate these announcements to our different local radio stations, so they can get the good word about the Federation. So again, these announcements are in English and in Spanish. In regards to our advocacy efforts, one of the things our initiatives on a national level is to have all our affiliates work on our parental rights bill. This is very important, and as a blind parent myself, I'm working in DC to get this legislation passed as well. So this bill is extremely important for not only just blind parents, but people with disabilities in general, to protect our rights as parents. So just to let you know, the following affiliates have already passed this legislation. That'll be 1, Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Connecticut, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Maryland, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, South Carolina, Tennessee, Utah, and I believe that is it. So I'm hoping that the one of these days, the Massachusetts affiliate, along with the DC affiliate, can add our names to that wonderful list. And again, just keep in mind, we want to continue to fight for the rights of blind parents. Now, for those of you who don't know, we do have a self-advocacy and higher education toolkit. As you well know, most universities are not highly accessible for our blind students. So if you are a college student at this time, please, we ask you to fill out this survey and acquire this toolkit, so you can let the Federation know how your experience is during your college experience. We want to sort of eliminate inaccessibility as best as possible, and having this toolkit will assist us in doing so. Again, if you have any questions in regards to the toolkit, you can contact Valerie Yingling, again at V Yingling, and it spells it VYINGLING at nfb.org, or call our national office once again at 410-659-9314. Now, oftentimes we have sort of a systemic look at how we address things within the Federation, right? So, for example, if we do have parents' rights legislation, if you encounter a barrier, contact your affiliate president or the national office. Don't go outside this entity in regards to assisting anyone who may come across wanting to help the Federation, or saying that they are assisting blind people in many of our initiatives. If you come across any systemic initiative that the Federation is embarking on, contact your affiliate president or our national office, meaning Valerie Yingling as well. So if you have any questions in regards to, or you want to know about any of our legal cases, you can go to nfb.org/legal. All right, so of course, the Federation unfortunately has to jump into a few legal cases because there are barriers placed before us. Recently, in December, the Federation assisted one of our blind members in North Carolina, who was refused Braille communications from Nash Hospital within North Carolina. And so we helped this individual receive a settlement of $150,000, and because Nash Hospitals was liable for failing to assist this individual in receiving Braille communications. Okay, one of the things we did was assist many of our affiliates in regards to sort of voting accessibility during COVID. Of course, there were many states initially who were not very accommodating to blind people in regards to voting online or voting from home. But we want to acknowledge the following affiliates that we assisted and got the job done. That would be Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, New York, Virginia, New Hampshire, Kentucky, Illinois, New Jersey, and North Carolina. And also we supported many other affiliates as well in regards to sort of voter accessibility. So this was very, very important during this election. And it is wonderful. Yep, we definitely had equal access to voting for our membership. Let's see. Oh, wonderful. Okay, next up, I want to mention how we assisted a blind member in helping Jeopardy. Yes, the television Jeopardy on Sony Communications, and helping them, well, not helping them, but basically letting them know to make sure that their website is definitely accessible for individuals who want to participate in the sort of the survey on their website to participate on the show. This is huge in a sense because we know that there are so many smart blind folks who can participate on Jeopardy. So the Federation worked hard to make sure that Jeopardy and Sony Communications understood that your website needs to be accessible so blind people can access your website and answer the questions to come on to be participants for the show. Now, one of the things I'm encouraging, and we are encouraging at the National Federation of Blind, is our surveys. We have several surveys that we are asking you to participate in if you fall in the following category. So we have an unemployment benefits survey. So if you recently lost your job within the past 2 years and you've filed for unemployment benefits, we're asking you to fill out our unemployment benefits survey. We also have an educational technology survey, especially for those parents and students who are K through 12. So if you are having any barriers, we would love for you to fill out our educational technology survey. So we have an Uber and Lyft survey for our guide dog users. So if you're a guide dog user who utilizes Uber or Lyft, we urge you to use our survey as well. And keep in mind, these surveys are not just if you're reporting bad things or sort of inaccessibility issues. We want you to report give us positive feedback as well. We also have an accessibility travel survey as well, that if you are a traveler, and some of you are, if you have any barriers or any positive feedback in regards to your travel experience, we have a survey for you as well. So again, you can contact Valerie Yingling at nfb.org in regards to any questions in regards to the surveys. Now, we had just conducted our first virtual Washington seminar, just to show you how productive and how adaptable we are as an organization. Now, for me, not having a Washington seminar was pretty sad because, as you all well know, I love to serve Krispy Kreme donuts to all our Federation members before we hit the hill. So hopefully next year in 2022, I'll be able to serve the Massachusetts affiliate wonderful Krispy Kreme donuts here in the DC area. But with that said, we definitely did a wonderful job in meeting with our legislators on Capitol Hill. Matter of fact, I know some meetings have wrapped up as early as late as yesterday, quite honestly. So we're just happy that we were able to meet with our members of Congress virtually. So if you have any information in regards to the Washington Seminar, you can go to nfb.org/Washington Seminar. And please don't forget to follow up with your Congress members in regards to our priorities that we presented to them during the Washington Seminar. So for those who don't remember what our 4 priorities were, first one was Access Technology Affordability Act, Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act, American with Disability Voting Rights Act, and 21st Century Mobile Apps and Website Accessibility Act. And also introduced, I want to let you know, the Raise the Wage Act, which was introduced by Congressman Bobby Scott of Virginia. This is very important because a part of that act, section of that act, basically help those individuals who are being employed under 14C certificates. Their wages will go up, will increase over the next 5 years up until it meets minimum wage standards in regards to payment of these individuals who are working under these 14C 3 certificates. And I believe also too, this will really help eliminate 14C in general, quite honestly. So we applaud Congressman Scott for introducing this particular bill. Now, for those of you who don't know, we have an NFB career mentoring program. This is a program which really helps our sort of this mentoring between students and blind professionals in preparation for college and for the workforce. So I know that we have 3 affiliates, Maryland, Mississippi, and Nebraska, who are participating in this career mentoring program. So just want to let you know, if your affiliate is interested, call Maurice Perret at our national office. Well, as you well know, we could not do our Bell programs face-to-face in 2020, but as you all well know, we adapt as federationists. So we were able to acquire some materials, some educational materials, and conduct a virtual Bell program. We sent these materials to participants, which happens to be around 280 participants across the country in regards to this particular program. And we also not only sent virtual, it's not virtual, but we also sent material, but we also sent white canes as well. So again, we had over 280 students participate in this program. And as always, we definitely want to thank our financial supporter, the Wells Fargo Foundation, but also all affiliates across the Federation for assisting us and continue to fund this wonderful Bell program. And we definitely will have the Bell program again this year virtually. And this time, we're definitely going to make sure that children on all levels, Braille levels 1, 2, and 3, we will have our programs adaptable to your Braille reading skills. All right. Also want to announce our Teachers of Tomorrow program. We have some teachers have already been accepted into this wonderful program. And so this is a program that's really geared to helping TBIs or teachers of the visually impaired or teachers of the blind to help them understand the life and sort of the academic capabilities of blind children. So this is a wonderful program established by our national office, and I believe also assisting in this program is my dear friend, Dr. Rosie Carranza. Okay, we also continue to have our Braille Reading Pals and Early Explorers program. This is a program geared to starting our young blind children in Braille reading, and our Early Explorers program is assist them with starting early with cane travel. So again, you can contact our national office in regards to finding out more information about our Braille Reading Pals and Early Explorers program. NFB Newsline. I am a huge NFB Newsline subscriber. I love it. I wake up to it every morning. This allows me to just get up and listen to the Washington Post. You can read the Newsline by phone or through a mobile app as well. We have over 500 periodicals, newspapers, magazines that you could choose from. So I highly encourage you, if you're not an NFB Newsline subscriber, please, I would urge you to contact our national office again at 410-659-9314 or contact Scott White at swhite@nfb.org. Also, just to let you know, we have a wonderful independence market. We have tons and tons of products to help you live independently as blind people. I just recently submitted a purchase at the Independence Market for some Braille Uno cards. My daughter, who is now 6, loves to play Braille Uno. So had to get another deck. But I tell you, our market has wonderful products and so that you definitely can choose from. Now, we're not doing online orders. So if you want to do an order and receive a catalog, please call our national office, again, 410-659-9314 to acquire a catalog or place an order. PAC plan. So for those individuals, if you're not on the PAC plan, I highly urge you to join our PAC plan. You can join the PAC plan with a contribution as low as $5 per month. Let me just say this real quick. I really want people to understand that all contributions to the Federation and to the PAC plan are meaningful. If you think that the $5 contribution is not not contributing enough, you're dead wrong on that one. Most of our contributions are the $5 contributions, which continue to fund our organization. So when you hear our number over $400,000 or $500,000 contributed to PAC, a bulk of that contribution are the $5 and the $10 and the $20 contribution. So every contribution is meaningful. Trust me. So if you can contribute to the PAC plan, that'd be great. You can go to nfb.org/PAC and sign up and to contribute to PAC. Now, I'm sorry, I don't have. Usually, I'm able to provide you where Massachusetts sits in regards to the PAC plan, but I did not get that report, unfortunately. But I'm sure that many of you are contributing, and some of you who have not contributed will contribute. Also, I'm encouraging you to join our Dream Maker Circle. This is a program that once I'm always confused on how to put it, but once time has passed and you transition from labor to reward. For those that don't know what that means, that's to heaven. Please, consider donating to Dream Maker Circle. Your contribution will continue to fund the movement once you have moved on. And so if you have any questions in regards to the Dream Maker Circle, you can contact Patty Chain at pchain@nfb.org. Also, too, one of the things you can do, you could actually sort of attach your bank account as well in regards to sort of the, I'm losing my thought on the word, but definitely you can definitely use your bank account as well as a donation to the organization once you have departed. So the Braille Monitor. So for those of you who want to know the goings on about the lifestyles of blind people, I highly encourage you to sign up for the Braille Monitor. You can get the Braille Monitor in Braille, thumb drive, by email. This is a wonderful periodical. As a matter of fact, if you have any stories that you may want to report about something that you're doing, I would highly encourage you to contact Gary Wonder at gwonder, and Wonder is spelled WUNDER at nfb.org. But the Braille Monitor is a wonderful periodical, and I highly encourage all of you to definitely read up on the Braille Monitor. Also, we have our wonderful Nations Blind podcast and blog as well. So this, again, gives us an opportunity to let folks know what is going on within the Federation and within the blind community. I know our podcast is hosted by Anil Lewis and Melissa Riccobono. And so also, again, we have a blog as well. And so I highly encourage you to sign up for our podcast and our blogs as well. Of course, you can go to nfb.org for further information. So with that said, Madam President, that is the conclusion of my national report. Thank you so much. And again, if any of you have questions of me, since I'm not there in person and you want to pull me aside virtually, you can contact me at 202-352-1511. Thanks again.
Well, thank you very much, Sean. I love hearing you, and I applaud you for getting through that national report. It's always a heavy lift.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll forgive you for not being a Celtics fan. At least you're a sports fan.
Amen. Amen. Well, thank you, Madam President.
Well, thank you. Okay, I think that calls for another door prize. If our door prize mavens are ready.
Looks like Margaret's hand is raised.
Yeah, she's unmuted too.
She should be able to speak, yeah.
Maybe she's getting more jokes ready. Margaret, are you there?
Maybe Lorna should go this time too.
Okay, I'll do this one and then Margaret can do the next one.
Sure.
All right, so our next prize is a $20 cash gift donated by the Cambridge chapter, and our winner is Audra DePina.
Okay. I wonder if Audra is in the room. Audra, if you're in the room, please raise your hand. If you are not in the room and you're listening in another way, please call 781-267-4432 in the next 3 minutes.
Her name's not on the list, but she could be a phone number or
right
named iPhone.
We will check. And while we're doing that, I'd like to ask the nominating committee. We do have elections this year for officers and for 3 board members. So I'd like to ask the nominating committee to submit their report.
Good morning, everyone. And good to see a great turnout today. This is John Oliveira. I'd like to thank my nominating committee members that we met last night at 6 p.m., Barbara Lomax and Robert Barron. And here is the slate. Amy Rule for president. First vice president, Shara Winton. Second vice president, Mika Pikula. Secretary, Lena Bandy. Treasurer will be appointed by the president. Lee Dallow is probably going to be the appointee. And for directors, we have Karen Dupuis and Mark Paquette and Precious Perez. And that's the report from the 2021 nominating committee, Madam President.
Actually, a correction. I believe it is David Tiki, not Precious Perez. We'll have to straighten that out.
I was given Precious.
Okay, I'll have to straighten that. We'll have to straighten that out later.
Okay.
Let me make. Thank you. We will take nominations from the floor tomorrow, and we will vote as needed. We do have a voting procedure in place. Those of you who have registered to vote in time will have the opportunity to vote. We will also do a vote if needed. We will do a vote today on a vote tomorrow, rather, on the resolution, which will be read in just a few minutes. As to the treasurer, let me just speak to that, if I may. Nora Nagel has been our treasurer, continuing, as you may recall from last year. Steve Booth was elected as treasurer, but he has not been able to perform his responsibilities due to some personal issues. So as you all know, the treasurer's position, perhaps second only to the president, is the most important position in the affiliate. And Nora has very graciously continued in that capacity due to the pandemic and Steve's issues. And so I want to relieve her of that. It's always difficult to find people who are both able and willing to assume that responsibility. So I'm very pleased to report that Lee Dallow, who is the mother of Izzy Prumeau, one of our members, has offered to assume that responsibility, and I have appointed her to that same. Our Constitution does not give clear indication of this, so I've taken it upon myself as presidential privilege to do that. Okay, now we are sufficiently on schedule. We do have a resolution. Thank you to those of you who attended the resolutions committee yesterday rather, with Sharon Manecki. I wrote a resolution which we modified slightly, and I'm going to ask if the person who won the door prize, if Audra DePina did respond, and if not, we'll take another door prize entrant, and then I'm going to ask Jim Anliot to read the proposed resolution, which we will vote on tomorrow. Did Audra make herself known in any way?
She has not.
Okay. So Could we have another door prize winner, please, for this $20?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm so glad finally I'm in here. Our third door prize is, actually, we're going to give her the second one. The next winner of a $20 gift card from the Springfield, not a gift card, $20 from the Springfield chapter is
we still
Juan
have to do
Figueroa.
The Cambridge one. We have to do the Cambridge one first because the person didn't.
No, I want to, we can do two.
Okay. So
Juan Figueroa is our winner.
Here, I believe.
And to do the Cambridge one, our winner is Joanne Jordan.
Okay.
I think Joanne is here. She was here before.
Raised. Yep. Joanne's here.
Yes, I'm here.
And Joanne's also here.
And
thank you.
So we have two winners this time.
Great.
I think the phone number is Juan because there's a phone number with a hand raised.
Oh, that's me. I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Great.
Congratulations to both of you.
Thanks. Okay.
Great. Well, that's good. Glad to give some money away and keep it for the auction tonight. Okay, so I'm going to ask Jim now to please read this resolution. Many of you are aware that I've been very concerned about some of the things happening at the commission. So Jim, if you would please read the resolution.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Resolution regarding unequal services and communications from the Massachusetts Commission for the Blind. Whereas the Massachusetts Commission for the Blind, MCB, is the agency that is charged with serving all legally blind citizens of the Commonwealth, irrespective of the communities in which they live. And whereas MCB has closed offices in Worcester and New Bedford and may also close the Springfield office this year. And whereas the closure of these offices will result in the provision of unequal and timely service to consumers, such as longer waiting times to meet with counselors, since the consumer cannot go to the office, and the delivery of essential equipment. And whereas MCB did not even develop clear plans for service delivery prior to implementing these office closures, and whereas MCB took action without warning and without consulting blind consumers and their advocates, and did not even bother to bring the issue to the statutory advisory board that is appointed to advise the commission, and whereas MCB has relied upon social media and internet communications to provide information to consumers, thereby leaving those who do not have computers or skills to use internet applications at a clear disadvantage in receiving information. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the National Federation of the Blind of Massachusetts in convention
here in Houston with the thousands of people as of last night, about 5,000.
I'm sorry. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the National Federation of the Blind of Massachusetts in convention assembled this 21st day of February 2021, that this organization condemns and deplores the precipitous closure of offices without input from consumers and their advocates, and without adequate advanced planning to ensure that all residents of the Commonwealth have the same access to MCB facilities and services, irrespective of where they live. And be it further resolved that this organization demands that MCB procure sufficient space in any area where an office has been closed or may be closed in a facility that is near public transportation to allow for consumers to meet with their workers, as well as acquiring sufficient space for local storage of needed equipment to enable its timely delivery to consumers. And be it further resolved that this organization insists that MCB obtain and consider input from consumers and their advocates prior to making further substantive changes in facilities and service delivery. And be it further resolved that this organization strongly urges MCB to provide transparent, timely, and accessible communications to all blind consumers about any potential or planned changes by using communication channels that are available to all consumers with or without internet access and or skills.
Thank you, Jim. And just a reminder to anybody who needs to speak to someone, please mute yourself so that we don't have further interruptions to the convention proceedings. Thanks, everybody. Does anybody have any questions about this resolution?
Yeah, this is Margaret.
Yeah.
My question is, where does it go from here? What do we do with it right after we vote on it?
If the resolution is passed, we would send it to, I would send it to the governor, to the head of EEOHS, Mary Lou Sutters, to the commission, and to the heads of the Massachusetts legislature.
Okay. That's all I was wondering. Thanks.
Sure. Anybody else have a question or comment?
Jen?
Go ahead.
Oh, I guess there are two of us trying to ask a question.
No, go ahead.
My question is, do we know for sure that no consumers were consulted, and do we know that no new spaces have been found? Because as far as I knew, I thought they were working on finding the new spaces and had talked to some surveyed consumers.
Okay, I am on the statutory advisory board, so I can answer that directly. Nobody was consulted before this happened. And although the commissioner initially said that a survey was conducted to see about the impact, what we found out was that in fact there was no survey conducted at all. He just asked a couple of people if they thought it would be problematic if offices were closed. And there has been an unsubstantiated rumor that there are some efforts afoot to try to mitigate this by providing some limited space, but that has not been confirmed, has not been agreed to, and has not been put into practice. So right now we are in that situation where there are no accessible locations and or spaces for either the storage of equipment or for consumers to meet with their workers. Anybody else have any questions?
I have a question. This is Rashad.
Sure.
Are you guys gonna follow up with the resolution after you send it to the governor and blah blah blah, or are you guys just gonna send it and hope they're gonna answer it one day?
Well, we have to, sometimes it takes time for resolutions to go through, but believe me, we are definitely going to follow up. I will tell you that one of the things that's been happening, and I have to applaud the NFB Massachusetts membership for this, the Statutory Advisory Board conducts public meetings once a month, and I have been sending to the listserv the information about attending those public meetings. And
Hello?
Jim, please mute yourself. Thank you. So I have been
the convention at the moment.
I have been doing, I've been publicizing these meetings, and you are welcome to attend. The next one will be March 12th at noon. And I invite all of you who are able and interested to attend. We usually allow for public comment, and I would encourage any of you who are interested to attend, but we do not plan to have this drop. And we are also going to be working with other consumer groups to try and have them join us in our adoption of this resolution. Thanks. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Phone number 8855.
That is me, Juan Figueroa.
Yeah, go ahead,
I have a question. About the Springfield office. Do you know when it's going to be closed? Because that's what I heard in the resolution.
What you heard in the resolution was that it may be closed. We have heard from a reliable source that it very well may be closed in June.
Oh no.
The commissioner was asked that at the last statutory advisory board meeting, at which time he said this was undetermined. But we are very concerned because there's also been some talk of reducing the footprint in Boston as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Sure. Anybody else?
If there's Isaac.
Go ahead, Isaac.
When the Springfield office closed, as I was a client of the Springfield office of the MCB, where will I have to go or what will I have to do?
Well, what the commission is proposing to do, and what they're saying that they're doing, is that they are sending workers to a person's home. And one of our concerns about that may be fine for some people, but there are people who do not want to meet in their homes for a variety of reasons, or who want total privacy, which they may not be able to get in their homes. So that's why we are advocating that they have a space that would be accessible to people who want to meet their workers in an office setting and with total privacy. But right now, what they're saying is that they would have the consumer visited by a worker.
Yes, Carl. I didn't get a notice about that they will be closing in June.
Your office has not been closed yet, Isaac. And one of our concerns, frankly, has been that the New Bedford and Worcester offices were closed without consumer input or notification. And so that's why we're filing this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments?
Yes. So with the closure of the MCB offices, how are people outside of Greater Boston going to get services?
Well, as I just indicated, it's the expectation of the commission that the workers would visit them in their homes. We do not think this is sufficient.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I was like, that just doesn't seem feasible if the only functioning office is in Boston.
Okay, and I'm sorry, could I ask who you are?
Tom.
Okay, thanks. I thought so. Thanks, Tom. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Amy, this is Jen. One more quick thing. Are they soliciting consumer input and suggestions at this point? Besides well, I'm glad about the advisory board meetings. Those are very good to attend. Are they kind of in touch with people?
I think that depends upon your perspective. I think they believe they have done adequate conversations. I would tell you that neither the members of the advisory board nor the consumers who have attended those meetings would agree. Anything else?
Syed has his hand raised.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment. Amy was talking about the meetings that they have for the consumers, and I was on one of those last week, and I would totally like to echo all the sentiments that she shared to be absolutely true. Just because we were told that all these office closures have been a great success was the word that was used, but when we dug deeper into what that means, it meant that it was a great success for the bottom line of MCB and not a great success for the consumer. And there's been like no data collected or no studies done that were able to be shared to see whether this would actually be a benefit to the consumer or harm to the consumer. Rather, it seems to just be in the hopes of benefiting the commission rather than the consumers who are here to prompt the existence of the commission. So
thank you. And I have another thing I want to add. And, those of you who are on this call, we are the fortunate. We are the people who are able to come online, to access things online, to attend a meeting like this without too much difficulty. In my work at the Massachusetts Association for the Blind, I meet and work with every day with consumers, many of whom who are older and who are not conversant with the computer and who do not have the skills necessary. And when the MCB has its meetings, you may have attended a town hall meeting, they do not provide the PowerPoint slides that they consistently refer to us in electronic format. And they also, a lot of their information dissemination is only via social media and the internet. 65%, approximately 65% of the blind people in the Commonwealth are over the age of 65, and the vast majority of them are not computer literate. So this also addresses the need for the commission to use services such as Newsline and other services to reach those people who are not part of the digitally capable. So that's another important component to this. So when we advocate for this, think about it as not only advocating for ourselves, but advocating for those who do not easily have a voice. Anything else?
Debbie M.
Hey, Debbie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, I just wanted to also further reinforce what Amy said as a consumer or a with no real position attending those those meetings, she was speaking of both December, January, and February, just as a concerned blind community member about the closure of the New Bedford and Worcester offices and getting kind of active in understanding what was going on. And I encourage the people in Springfield, if they can, to get active and spread the word, to reach out to their local Congress people and to do what they can do, because I found it very borderline hostile with the Mass Commission of the Blind when I tried to ask questions and to reach out and to get answers, and was ignored for a long time with a very much so lack of communication. And then when I did reach out kind of above their head to the governor and to Secretary Sutter's, I was pretty much chastised in the meeting for doing so. Subsequent meetings when I asked why I hadn't been responded to. And so not only does there seem to be a lot going on that concerns us that we are not consulted about, nor asked about or surveyed about, there's also, once decisions are made, it's not communicated to us. So I just encourage the members of the NFB to be active, to reach out and to do what you can do to advocate not only for yourself, but for those others that Amy spoke of who don't have the ability to advocate for themselves. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. I appreciate your efforts and your persistence in following up on this. Any more questions or comments before we close this discussion for now?
Phone number 2829.
Yes, hi, this is Masha, and speaking to what Amy just said about the older consumers and everything, I don't know if this is still true, but the first time that NFB did one of those electronic town hall meetings, for some reason Al and I wanted to dial in by phone, and we couldn't because they did not have the Zoom meeting. They had not provided a numeric password that we could enter on the phone. So it appeared, I don't know, maybe there was some other way that we didn't figure out for some reason, but it appeared that the only way you could access that town hall was by using Zoom on the computer. And we were really kind of upset because we thought, like, you know, I mean, that's the easiest way for somebody to get on Zoom if they don't know how to use the computer, is by the phone.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any more comments that have not been made? We'll take one last one. Okay, and as I say, we will vote on this tomorrow. I will also send to our list, I'll send a copy of the resolution so that you can read it if you like, and we'll go from there. Could we have another door prize, please?
Okay. All right. Next door prize is another $20 gift from the Cambridge chapter. And the winner, okay, I have a hard, SIENH LEAP.
Is that person in the room? I didn't notice them when I was perusing the list of participants, but if you are listening through another medium, please feel free to contact 781-267-4432.
Okay.
And we'll wait just a couple of minutes. Let's do another door prize. I'm feeling it is generous.
Okay.
Leap is here.
This is
Stacy.
Deanne.
Stacy.
I'm on here.
Oh, excuse
Yep.
me. What? Leak is here?
Yep.
Yes. Stacy's my nickname. Sorry, I have it labeled as Stacy.
Oh, okay. Terrific. I'm glad. Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. Okay.
That's it. She is our Philadelphia person. Good.
Well, congratulations. We're glad to have you join us, and
Yeah.
we will get that out to you as soon as possible.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
okay,
you.
Let's do another door prize.
Okay, well, we have, we can do one more gift card from, one more $20 gift from the Springfield chapter. And this time our winner is Brian Martin.
Is Brian in the room? Okay. Brian, you have a few minutes. We'll give you 4 minutes. And if we do not award this, we will then call another winner for this prize after the next speaker. So I'd like to move on now. And
should we say the phone number one more time?
Sure.
Just in case.
Again, 781-267-4432. I think I'm going to change my phone number soon, or I'm going to be getting all sorts of interesting calls. Anyway, so I'm going to move on to our next speaker on the agenda. And I am delighted to welcome Kim Charlson to the podium, virtual podium here. She is the director of the Perkins Braille and Talking Book Library to give us our traditional library updates. So Kim, welcome to NFB of Massachusetts. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Amy, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to take you on a whirlwind tour of the last 11 months at the Braille and Talking Book Library. So it's been a challenging year for everyone, and I just want to kind of put into perspective some of the impacts and some of the things that the library has had to deal with respect to the pandemic. So last March 20th, as you all will remember, the governor issued his executive order to close down all non-essential businesses in the Commonwealth. And in response to that, there we go, the library started to make some plans, knowing that we were going to be closing down on the 24th of March for what we thought would be a couple weeks. Well, anyway, so staff really pitched in on those. It was about 2.5 days that we had to just start sending out as many books as we could, knowing that patrons were not going to be able to get books for a while because we had no ability to send anything out. And in those 2.5 days, we managed to send out about 15,000 books to patrons in hopes that that would tide them over for the time period that we would be closed. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We were closed down until the 8th of June. So in that time period, the staff did what we could from home to, answer calls and help people, put books on request for the time when we thought we would be opening again. And another thing we really promoted was we urged people to sign up for BARD if they did not and had not done so. And we started doing some trainings to teach people who were not familiar with using BARD or the BARD mobile app how to use the service. And we did those trainings through the Zoom platform. And we had a lot of success with that. We probably signed up during the time we were closed an additional 150 people onto the BARD platform and provided training and support for those people. So from those BARD trainings, and we learned a lot about the power and the flexibility of Zoom as a platform that we could use to start providing other kinds of services. And from the calls we were receiving, it was quite clear that there was a need for continued contact. The isolation was really impacting a lot of our borrowers in a lot of different ways. And there was a lot of needs and just incredible isolation. And so we started doing trivia once a week, and that was hugely popular with people that could come in to participate in Zoom with our trivia activities, gave them something to do. We continued some book clubs on Zoom, and those grew as well. And then we started adding other activities over the course of the last those months during the shutdown. We're now doing a movie matinee Monday where we play an audio described movie, the audio of an audio described movie. We have a Newsline Now check-in where people can come and listen and ask questions about Newsline, what's new with Newsline, talk about features, review the new app for Newsline, that kind of thing. We have a Teaching Tuesday series where we have speakers in to talk about doing things in the home, different adaptive technologies, how to make things work with your A device, what kinds of games you can play on an A device, just like that sort of thing, how to use an Apple Watch and what it can do for you. Library Without Walls has moved to the Zoom platform. And we have a listening library on Thursdays, and our most recent addition to our Zoom activities through the library are yoga, easy yoga, twice a month on Fridays with a certified yoga instructor who is blind, and a bingo twice a month on Friday evenings with prizes. So, and that's been very popular. So again, the just sort of giving people a little bit of, variety, some activities. We've noticed a lot of good dialogue, friendships, companionship, meeting a lot of needs for people right now in a time when there just isn't a lot of opportunity for them to get out and participate in other types of activities. And in fact, on the 3rd of March in our Zoom line, we will be holding a live concert to celebrate the 90th anniversary of the Library of Congress, National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled. And I'll make sure that the Zoom information gets sent to Amy so she can distribute that to all of you, because everyone is welcome. So when we open back on the 8th of June, what we had to deal with, and some of you may remember that we sent out communication as far and wide as we could at the time, saying, hold on to your books until we tell you to start sending them back. So most of you did that, which was very helpful, but there were still 85,000 books that came back to the library during the period that we were open. And the post office had to hold them, and for a while, I ended up getting about 4 phone calls during the time we were shut down. When it got to be too much, the post office would call and say, we just have to get some of these books out of here. And I would make arrangements to have some staff there to open the doors, meet the truck, and receive the hampers full of talking books. And we did that 5 times during the closure just to get the books out of the post office because they couldn't hold them forever. So when we resumed service in June, we had 85,000 books stuffed into our shipping area. And literally, I mean, probably from just about every corner of the building was full of books. I had obviously never seen anything quite like it. We have pictures of it because it was quite unbelievable. And my shipping team turned around 85,000 books, got them inspected and checked in about 3.5 weeks, which was amazing. So now our protocol with shipping items that are returned, how we handle them. all of the materials that come into the library are placed in a 72-hour quarantine. So we receive them, we put them aside, we cover them up, we let them just basically rest there for 72 hours, because all of the research that's been done indicates that any kind of items, like books or plastic cases or machines, that kind of thing, that the COVID virus potentially can survive for up to 48 hours. So we do 72 hours as a safety precaution for the staff to make sure that there's no chance that there could be any surviving virus on any of the materials that we are receiving back from the post office. Another activity that we took under our wing during the closure on the early days of the pandemic was to provide Braille and Mail services for students who are blind throughout the Commonwealth, K through 12. All the teachers, both at Perkins and around the state, had to leave so quickly. There wasn't a lot of thought behind how they were going to provide Braille services to the students they were teaching remotely. And so suddenly we saw that teachers were saying, how am I going to get Braille for my students? So we offered to provide Braille for the teachers who were home trying to work with their students. And we would receive Word files from teachers of assignments, put those into Braille, and then mail those directly to the students. So when the teachers had their next appointment with the student online, the student would have a Braille item to read, and we also included a print copy for the parent, so they were a little more aware of what the students were working on and could support them. And we provided Braille materials, not to 156 students, but we did 156 specific assignments or exercises for 27 different teachers around the Commonwealth during the from March through September of 2020. I think many of you know that the library has a recording studio with about 60 volunteer narrators. And because the Perkins campus is closed and has been since the middle of March, when the students initially went home, a lot of them are back now and there's a lot of protocols in place. But when the campus closed, the volunteer program also shut down. So we're running our studio basically on bare bones with 2 staff, focusing right now primarily on keeping up with our Yankee magazine, Boston magazine. Yankee has, just before the pandemic, was approved from our studio to become part of the National BARD magazine program. So it's available to any BARD user anywhere throughout the country. And it's also available for any patron of the NLS program to sign up for it and receive it on the Magazine on Cartridge program to get their magazines on cartridge directly. So that's keeping the 2 staff very busy. We wish we were working on books, but right now we just can't get those folks into the library at this time. So how is the library doing? Just back on track after we reopened and sort of got back on track. Presently, these statistics are as of the end of December that I'm going to share with you to give you a kind of a picture of where we are and the quantity of items we're doing. So we're actively serving approximately 22,000 individuals in Massachusetts. We have almost 250,000 titles in our collection now, mostly audio titles, but about 29,000 Braille titles. We have about 1,800 audio described DVD titles. We have 735,000 volumes in our collection. So that's multiple copies of those titles, the 250,000 titles. Thank goodness not all of those are in the building at one time. A lot of them are out in your houses, which is a good thing, because I don't think we could hold all 735,000 in our building. Newsline was a really important service, especially during the height of the pandemic when so many things were closed. We currently have 3,847 active Newsline subscribers. And the average call, the calls, per period is about 10,000 calls per month, or 31,000 per quarter, if you look at it that way. Minutes used is about 78,000 a month, or 515,000 per quarter. And the rest of the numbers are quarters, so that would be a 3-month cycle, because there's so many ways that you can get access to Newsline. So we have web sessions. People go on the web to use it at 59,000. In your pocket, which is downloading to your Victor Stream, is the most popular way to use web in your pocket. 120,000 sessions. Email deliveries, 79,000. iDevice access, that is 626. Bard, okay, that's pretty much, we used to track Alexa access, but that hasn't been happening for a while. I think with the app upgrade, we stopped getting that data, and I'm not sure why, but so Newsline is very busy, very popular, and the newest announcement with respect to Newsline is that we have added a new newspaper to Newsline. Those of you who are on there may have discovered that. The Metro West Daily News has been added to Newsline, and it's been on the system for about 6 weeks now. So we were able to get that newspaper on the service, serving the broader Metro West communities. So check that out. It's a daily newspaper and serves a pretty big area. Bard is definitely going well. We have about 1,800 Bard users that are very active. They download on average about 9,000 books a month. We also have our Bookshare sponsored subscription program. Many of you, I'm sure, are utilizing the Bookshare sponsored memberships, and we have about 800 downloads from Bookshare a month, and about 150 users of that program. So how many of you call the library? Well, last quarter, we had 12,000 phone calls. So that's obviously an average of about 4,000 a month. During the last few months, we've also had some success with a couple special projects that I wanted to tell you about, and offer some opportunities if people are interested to participate in them, as we have some openings. We have a grant pilot program called Technology Solution for Seniors. And this grant is allowing us to offer instruction in how to use a Victor Stream with the Wi-Fi in your home. And one of the requirements is you need to have access to Wi-Fi. And we provide the participant who is determined to be eligible, and it's primarily seniors over 60, with a Victor Stream, the new generation, and the second, I can think it's the second generation. And we provide remote instruction over the phone at this point with the pandemic going on, to instruct on how to get your machine set up, to use Bard, to use Newsline, to browse Bard, to download books on your own. So the purpose of the project is to teach seniors how to use an internet-based device and to be able to download and access library content independently. So we do have some openings for that project. You have to be a senior. And one of the other requirements from the funder is that 75% of the people that we provide the service for with the grant funds we're using need to be women. So women, if you are interested, we could do 25% men, but 75% need to be women. So if you're interested in having some training and acquiring a Victor Stream and learning how to use it with the Bard service, and then ultimately, an add-on such as Bookshare and Newsline, you probably should give me a call at the library, and we can put your name into the pipeline. So that's thanks to a grant from Private Philanthropy and the Pierce Foundation that we were able to do that. So and again, I think I mentioned that we're using remote trainers who will talk you through the process over the phone. And so it's safe and for the trainers and for you, not having somebody that you don't know coming into your home. So, and finally, I just want to tell you about another pilot program that that we are just about to start. And we are also looking for individuals who might be interested in participating. We have a finite number of participants for this project, and this one's in collaboration with the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled. And it is a pilot. There's several different projects going on right now to kind of determine what the direction will be for the next generation of the digital talking book machine. How are we going to provide the service? What's it going to look like? So this project is the cell phone pilot. And what it's testing, it's a locked down cell phone that has been modified to accept voice commands. And the test will involve learning how to use this cell phone as your digital player and talking to it and learning the vocabulary you have to use to read a book or obtain a book, play Gone with the Wind, and the book, the device should play Gone with the Wind. So that's what we're testing. If you say, play Gone with the Wind, and it starts playing Make Way for Ducklings, then it's not working right. So, and there will be some surveys and some questions and that kind of thing, but we're looking for kind of a wide spectrum of people who are interested in participating and who like to participate in pilots, because there's always, there's a little bit of work involved when you're participating in a study. You have to take some surveys, answer questions, kind of keep track of things that you liked and things that went wrong and those sorts of things, and share them with the coordinators of the study. So again, if anyone's interested in participating, we'll add you to the list, and we will be making some of those determinations in the next couple weeks of who will be receiving the cell phones for the pilot, because it'll probably start sometime around the middle of March. So we're right about just about ready to launch that study with NLS. So I think for the time being that concludes my official remarks. And Amy, if we can take some questions, if we have any time to do that, I'd be happy to take a few questions.
Well, thank you so much, Kim. And I have to say, I want to make a quick comment. I'm proud to be a member of the advisory board for the library, and we probably have the best library in the country. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Normally, I would allow for questions. However, there was a glitch that occurred on my part in the schedule. I'm dealing with a couple of technology challenges. And so if you don't mind, and again, I apologize for this, the fault is mine, I would like for people to contact you with individual questions after the convention.
That works fine. So let me, no problem.
Okay, why don't you give your contact information so people
absolutely. Can okay, so I'm going to, I'll give my phone number, my work number, and my email address. So if you have questions or you want to participate in either of the pilot projects that I talked about, please contact me and be specific about what it is you want so I can follow up appropriately. So it's Kim Charlson. My phone number is 617-972-7249. That's my direct line at Perkins. And my email address is kim.charlson, that's KIM.CHARLSON @perkins.org.
Thank
and
you
thank
so
you,
much.
Amy, and thank you, members, for the opportunity to talk with you today.
Thanks so much. Okay, I'm dealing with, as I said, most of my internet went down, and so I didn't have immediate access to the agenda. And so I inadvertently, and my apologies particularly to Bonnie Mosen, who's in New Zealand, but I want to next go to our panel on living abroad and ask that Precious Kobana and Bonnie especially, who got up at 4 o'clock in the morning, please excuse my neglect and proceed with your panel. Thank you.
No worries. Hello, everybody. So we are all going to just kind of touch on our different experiences living abroad in different places. Bonnie Kovana and I met before this to kind of figure out like which things we wanted to talk about. And so I'll just start by talking a little bit about my experience living in Spain for a little while. So I studied abroad in 2017, fall semester. And before I went, I wasn't entirely sure what to expect. I mean, it was a whole different place. I was going on my own. And the city that I went to was Valencia, and it's not necessarily a small city, but it's not frequented, I guess, as far as being the capital as Madrid would be with all of its APS signals and all of those things that they have there. They did have an organization called ONCE, and they are specifically for the blind, and they have services there. So I got set up with that beforehand to make sure that if I needed anything, which I ended up breaking 2 canes at the same time while I was there. So I did need their help. But it was definitely different. So when I arrived, I wasn't entirely sure about the attitude toward disability there. But I was pleasantly surprised by the fact that most people were very understanding and open, and it wasn't so much of what we get here in the US where people are freaking out about whether or not we need help. It's, I don't know how to help, but tell me how and we'll make it work. So that was really refreshing. And as far as just being able to get around in the particular place that I was at, there weren't any real safe ways to cross streets. There were times where you could end up having the right of way, but there are still cars just driving in front of you, and you just have to cross while that's happening, I did work with an orientation mobility instructor, and we realized soon that it was probably just safer for me to either ask for help or take a taxi or go with people. So that's what I did. I was able to get around with taxis independently, and then if not, I had friends that I made that I was able to traverse the city with. So overall, it was different, but it was a really great experience. Definitely struggled a lot with not being able to just like get out and walk to the store by myself at any given time, just because it wasn't safe. And so just kind of dealing with those kinds of things was different, but overall it was great. So I'm going to hand it over to Bonnie, because I think if we just kind of speak a little bit, we'll have a little bit of time for questions, because I just don't want to ramble. So Bonnie, do you want to talk about your experience?
Thank you, Precious. And Tenekoto, Tenekoto, Tenekoto Katura, Kobani Mosen, and greetings from Eturoa, the land of the long white island, where it is 4 a.m, or actually almost 5 a.m. on Sunday. So I'm speaking to you from the future, which is very bright. So great. Thanks, Precious. And I have been in New Zealand for nearly 8 years. I moved over here in 2013. And I have my wonderful husband and partner to thank for not only bringing me over here to New Zealand, but also being so supportive of me making the transition from the United States to a different country. We are part of the British Commonwealth, so many traditions and customs that we have here are very British, but we also incorporate a lot of our indigenous culture, as a lot, and also a lot of the Pacific Island culture as well. So moving over here, the challenge of communication and language was not one. Everyone speaks English. We also recognize our indigenous language, which is part of the culture. My biggest challenge moving here was bringing my guide dog, Eclipse, from the Seeing Eye. We are primarily an agricultural economy, so you can imagine that introducing any sort of biohazard into the country would be disastrous for us, which is one reason we've handled the COVID virus very well, is we're very prepared to keeping pests out. So that was the biggest challenge, about a 6-month process to bring her over here. One thing that I have learned from being here is that blind people worldwide face the same types of issues in terms of employment, discrimination, and public perception. Like Precious was saying, people in New Zealand are helpful, not as freaked out as you will in the US. They're very helpful, and they will ask you, sometimes being a little bit over helpful. We do drive on the other side of the road. I'm not going to say the wrong side of the road, but the opposite side of the road. And the biggest getting used to that was sitting in the driver's seat whenever I was riding in a car. But in terms of traffic, you get used to it. We have a lot of APS systems. But on the flip side of that, for Braille signage, it's very, very limited here. I've been in hotels where there's no Braille signage at all. And luckily, I can read raised print. I work for Blind Low Vision New Zealand, which is our version of Services for the Blind. It covers the entire country. We're a charity, but we also do get some government funding, and we provide all services. So the experience has been very good. I think whenever you travel or go anywhere, there are going to be challenges, whether it be a bit adjusting to a new culture. It has been sometimes difficult to be so far away from friends and family, because I'm about 12,000 miles away from home. But technology definitely keeps everyone in touch, and it's been a very wonderful experience living here. We do have consumer organizations. They're not quite as strong as the NFB, but they do get things done. We are working on legislation right now, but we don't have anything that even remotely compares to the US's ADA. Because we're a small country, we may not have the resources that you would have in, say, the United States. In terms of employment, there just aren't as many opportunities as there might be. We're only a country of 5 million people. So if you can't find anything, it's not as easy to, say, move to New Hampshire if you couldn't find a job in Massachusetts. But other than that, I'm going to let Kabina talk, because could ramble all day about this, but it has been a wonderful experience living here. And I would encourage anyone to get out and travel or live abroad.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. For those of you who know me, my name is Kabina Bonnie. And on the agenda, or the original agenda, there was something thrown in the middle. So no, those are not my names. My name is just Kabina Bonnie. If you see the agenda and you see some other name there, that's not my name. Anyway, so as Precious and Bonnie said, we talked, and some of the things that are common. By the way, I'm originally from Ghana, West Africa. I've been here quite a while, about 26 years now. And so I do go back home from time to time. And so when we were trying to decide on what we were going to talk about, we realized that one of the things that's very common is mobility and blind people's ability to get around or not. And part of it is the lack of infrastructure, if you like lack of sidewalks. Sure, when you go to big cities, especially when you are in town, closer to town, you have streets and paved sidewalks. But when you go outside and smaller towns and villages, those are non-existent. And so generally it's very hard for blind people to be able to get around on their own, even those that have been trained in mobility techniques, orientational mobility. It's just too much work trying to get around on your own. I mean, for me, for instance, I've lived here this long. I get around, I do what I have to do. But then when I go back home to Ghana, almost everywhere I go with someone else. Not because I cannot do it on my own, but because there are no sidewalks, and the places that have sidewalks, there are too many people, okay, up and about. And so it's just not practical to be trying to get around using your cane. And so it just makes sense to walk around, with somebody going around. And then the other aspect is, if you try, there are going to be people that want to be helpful. And so you're going to have so many people trying to offer you help one way or the other. Just want to be helpful. So that in itself also can become a problem. So practically speaking, it doesn't make sense to try and do it. Unless you want to prove something to somebody, it's not worth the trouble. So that's one of the main things that is different compared to here. The fact that here people get training and they're able to go from place to place independently, and that works very well. So that's one. The other thing we talked about is about resources, the lack of resources, if you like. I'm thinking back in the day when I went to school in Ghana, access to books were so hard. Most of the time you relied on your fellow students to read, sighted students to read for you. And so it sort of made it very hard for people to acquire education. Sure, there are schools for the blind. Now there are more of those, as well as integrated schools where blind students are educated, but having access to printed material in Braille is very difficult. So folks are very dependent on audio materials, and even that, the production is not very reliable. So that's another area where there are serious differences, unlike here, where, for instance, there's NLS. There are materials being recorded that people can just request and you get them shipped to you. Back home, either you have someone who's able to read for you, or all you do is find a news, listen to the radio, and that's the way you get information. It's that complicated. Now, there are some small group of people that have computers, smartphones, and therefore get information that way, but they are a very tiny minority of blind people in the country. Anyway, I'll stop here, and if folks have questions for us, because sounds like we had about 20 minutes.
Yeah, we can take a couple of questions. I have asked our next panel to hold for a few minutes. So
Sure.
if there are questions, let's have you raise your hand.
If you dialed in, that's *9. Let's see, we got Stephanie Valdez.
Okay, Stephanie.
Hello, everyone. So, sorry, my voiceover is going crazy. I have a question, and excuse me if I cannot recall your name. For the person living in New Zealand has a guide dog. I have a guide dog as well, and I did a fellowship to Morocco back in 2018, and I did not take my dog with me there. Not only because of all the process of vaccines and everything that has to do because it's a different country, but because laws are different. There's no ADA over there, and I wasn't probably going to be able to take my dog everywhere. So I'm just wondering, how is it over there, and is it the same, or have you done anything differently, and can you take your dog places? Because I love to travel and I would love to take my dog with me, but I just don't know if it's a good idea.
That's a great question. That is a really good question. And anyone who is thinking about traveling abroad with their guide dog does need to do a lot of research beforehand, because as she mentioned, the laws are different. Some areas, the culture is different in the terms, the way they view guide dogs. And so you can't just take your dog and expect it to be like it is in the US, because it's not. New Zealand, I've not had any problems at all. We do have a guide dog program here, and guide dogs are welcomed with open arms. I've had very few. The only accessibility issues I've had with her are Uber. Yes, that's also a universal problem. And but other than that, I've been able to take her everywhere. And the biggest part was getting her over here. And you're dealing with two countries, the US and New Zealand, in terms of getting vaccinations. And it was a 6-month process. And whenever I come back to the US, when we're able to travel again, you go through a lot of the same things, getting back in and out of the country with tons of paperwork. And when I called the USDA office to ask them about bringing her over here, the person on the other end got very quiet and said, "You're taking her to the hardest country in the world to get into." But prepare. Definitely do your research. Don't talk to just one person. Talk to 2 or 3 different people. Keep their names. And yeah, but it can be a wonderful experience taking her. And I guess the biggest challenge here is that people are very dog friendly. So trying to tell them not to pet her or to interact with her has been tough. But we don't have squirrels here, but we do have pigeons.
Okay. Great. Any other questions?
Justin Hurd.
Hi, I have a question. For the gentleman from Ghana, I spent some time, I spent a couple of weeks in Tanzania working with students with disabilities, and I worked with some blind people there, not for as long as I'd like. It was for like half a day. And I was able to bring them some canes and stuff like that for some local fundraising. My question is, I wasn't able to spend a lot of time in that country, and I know Ghana's a different, wholly opposite side, but what is in your mind, is the best thing we can do to serve and also empower blind people in various African countries?
Okay. I would say support. Support can come in a lot of different ways. So if you have an organization that you already know, you can talk to them about the nature of the support they need. I mean, financial support always helps, but there are some situations where they may need more than financial support. I know, for instance, the whole idea of people using white canes is essential. I mean, if you want to teach people to be independent, the first thing you want to do is teach them to use the cane. Now, as far as I know, there's just a handful of countries in Africa that actually produce collapsible white canes. So some do long white canes, but not the collapsible type. So all of that is imported and it's expensive for the average person to afford. So a lot of times people depend on charities to donate those. So if you know of an organization that you want to work with, the best thing is talk to them, have them tell you what it is that they need. Because the last thing you want to do is think they need something that may turn out not to be the case. And just a quick example, for instance, when I was back in Ghana, I was in high school, we used to get a lot of materials shipped, Bibles, especially New Testaments in Braille, shipped to us in school. And yes, as reading material, those were useful, right? I mean, if you are a Braille user, you want to be able to have access to Braille. But as kids in school who didn't have our essential educational materials in Braille, the thought of having to be reading New Testament to sort of practice our Braille, etc., that wasn't the most important thing. So most of the kids didn't read them, not because we didn't want to read the Bible, but we have more essential stuff to read, which means relying on our friends to read orally rather than the Braille that was available, but not particularly relevant to the things we needed to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And yeah, I definitely that. And also I tried working with leagues for the blind over there, kind of similar to us, but they didn't have, it just wasn't as organized, unfortunately. So that's why I kind of asked as well to try to get support.
Yeah, I know there are some international NGOs that work across the continent. So if there are no sort of effective local organizations, it doesn't hurt to work with some of these international NGOs to see if they will be a good source. But if you want to get in touch, we can chat some more, and who knows, I might be able. I don't know anyone in Tanzania. I know a couple of people in Kenya and other places, but I'll be happy to talk to you some more and see what.
Yeah, definitely. When I go back at some point, definitely get in touch.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody. I will take one more brief question, if we have a brief question.
There's no more hands right now.
Okay. Well, then I'm sure these folks.
Oh,
I have one.
Yeah, I do too.
We have one. We'll take one more.
This is Barbara.
Barbara popped in first. Yeah.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Okay. Hi, this is for Kabana. This is Barbara Lomax. I was wondering, I actually went to Ghana for when I was in school, and I was in Accra. And I was wondering if any of the universities, like the Booker T. Washington University, could help out, or whether they do help out with with students who are blind.
When you say help out, in what way? In terms of resources?
With resources, reading material, across the board. I know that a lot of universities do have, excuse me, they have a division that helps people with accessibility. And
Yes.
so I was wondering if the Booker T. Washington University, I believe it's in Accra as well.
Yeah, I don't know about that particular university. I know a lot of them do have what we call resource centers. So these will usually be a room where you have furniture, desks, tables, and stuff. Sometimes computers where blind students go to do their work. And sometimes if you have a reader, for instance, you meet your reader there to do the reading for you. And these days with computers, yes, a lot of them have access. For the universities, they have access to computers and JAWS and all the sort of the technology that most of us have access to. They just don't have the capacity to, for instance, braille materials.
Right.
And so they tend to be very heavily dependent on audio. So even braille displays, people learn braille. Every person learns braille. Okay, but you have to use Perkins braillers to do the brailing of materials, which of course means you don't have as much access as if you are using electronic braille embossers to produce braille.
Mm. Well, I would love to help out in any way, excuse me, any way that possible. So,
sure, you get in touch, and then let's talk.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. Very interesting
Thank you.
panel. Appreciate all of your travels. And Bonnie, thank you for calling in so early. And again, my apologies for the delay.
No problem. It's been great.
Okay, we are going to move on now. Our next panel is ready. They're all here. I'm going to go over how this works for people who may be new. Before I do that, though, I want to say that, and I know he's here now, but unfortunately, Brian Martin was not here when we pulled his name for the door prize. So we need to try to give that door prize away very quickly if we can.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. It's Margaret. We will give that one away, but this is really, I didn't plan it.
Give that one away first because we have a panel waiting.
Well, okay. You're going to lose out on this good one. All right.
It'll come up again.
Okay. How about Ian Perrault?
I did not see Ian in the list, but Ian, if you are there, please call 781-267-4432 and let us know you are out there. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. We will get back to another one soon, Margaret. Thank you so much.
Oh, okay. The next one is amazing, and it's nothing we planned.
Okay, that's fine, but I need to have our panel go first, please. Okay, so I want to introduce, in no particular order, our next panel. We always have an agency, what I call an agency roundtable. And this is, we ask leaders from each of the organizations in Massachusetts to come and talk with us and to both share information and their perspectives, both with us and with one another. So what we are going to do is that each panelist will have 5 minutes, and I would ask that you please restrict yourself to 5 minutes. And Kevin, if you can time, that would be great. 5 minutes to tell us anything you'd like about your organization and what's happening. After we hear each of our panelists speak for the 5 minutes, I have some prepared questions that I would like to ask the panelists. So, and we have this morning, again, in no particular order, Dave Power from Perkins, Greg Donnelly from the Carroll Center, David D'Arcangelo from MCB, Brian McDonald from National Braille Press, and Sassy Outwater Wright from the Mass Association for the Blind and Visually Impaired. So perhaps Dave Power, if you would like to start.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start my clock so I don't always like to finish early when I can. But so really nice to be together with everybody and my colleagues serving the Massachusetts community. I thought I'd just do a very quick recap of what Perkins does in Massachusetts. And then I want to tell you what we're focusing on going forward as one of our biggest priorities. So first of all, Perkins works with children and young adults from birth through age 22 and a little bit beyond. That's sort of our focus. I thought I'd mention the infant toddler program. I don't know if you all know that we, on behalf of the state, we are the first point of contact with infants born in Massachusetts that are blind or visually impaired. That was true for me when my own son was born visually impaired, and the first person we met was people from Perkins. So it's around 100 families a year, and that infant toddler program has been going on for a really long time. It's a great community building, reaching out to those families and getting them ready. You all know about the Perkins School, the campus school in Watertown. We serve about a little under 200 students, and those are all students referred to us by towns in Massachusetts or in neighboring states of New England. That's about 200. We serve more like 800 students in public schools through our itinerant teacher programs and summer other programs. So we're our reach goes well beyond the Perkins campus. I think a lot of people see the tower and think that what Perkins does is on our campus area, and it's part of what we do. Most of what we do is reaching out to where most of the children and young adults we want to serve is in the public school system. And then recently we added a college prep and a career launch, job training program, career launch, for people just after age 22 to help them find jobs. Those are still kind of in the early stages, but it sort of extends the work we want to do from zero to, and transition to adult living. So that, you may know all that, but that's just a quick recap of the program work we do in Massachusetts. It doesn't include the work we do internationally, which I just might mention that our international program is celebrating its 100th year of inviting teachers from developing countries to the Perkins campus for a year of training. And there's about 300 active teachers around the world who get that training and are still in touch through social media, sharing their learning. And we do a lot of work in developing countries with a near-term focus. Right now, India and Mexico are our top country focuses. But back to Massachusetts. The number one challenge in blindness education is cortical visual impairment. There's a new cause of blindness in the majority of children who are born visually impaired in the United States, certainly Massachusetts, but it's across the United States. It's a neurological disorder. It has to do with the fact that the brain has a hard time processing images, that nothing necessarily going on with the eye. It's highly correlated with premature birth. There's not a lot of preparation in medical centers, educational centers, teachers, assessment. And there's no one really in charge to get us sort of on track to serve this population. And it will affect all of us. It'll affect the future membership of the NFB. So what we're doing is we're leading an effort to try to get more standard interventions for teachers, to standardize the assessment process that's done not only at Perkins, but in Massachusetts, frankly, across the country. We're trying to upgrade the teacher training tools through a collaboration with teachers really across the country once again. And one of the most recent things we've done, I just crossed the 4-minute mark, so I'm going to wrap it up here. One of the things we've recently done is created an outreach to families across the country, all of whom are, wondering what to do about CVI. We've networked them together in a website called CVI Now. So if you go to cvinow.org, which we just launched in the fall, there's now some 800 families across the country that are sharing their best knowledge to work with each other. So that's where we're going to be spending a lot of time at Perkins, building up what we can do to address some of those shortfalls. And with that, I'm going to end a little bit early. How about that, Amy?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And next I'm going to call upon Sassy Atwater Wright.
Good morning. Thank you, Amy, so much for inviting us and having all the resources in place to pull this off. It is not easy. I am starting my time. I want to focus my time. Most of you know a little bit about the Massachusetts Association for the Blind and Visually Impaired and what we do in Massachusetts. We primarily work with older adults, and we deal with helping get across that threshold of I am going blind to I am blind and everything in between. We do serve 18 and older. We have a variety of programs. But I really want to focus on what we've all just been through in the past year. And I really want to highlight what's coming up for us in the next 6 months as we move back into society as a whole, as blind people. I am a blind person. I go through it alongside each of you that has just been through it. And I want to just highlight for a moment that the big thing that I really watch MABV doing right now is twofold. One, advocacy, and two, effort to highlight how you are coping. I wish that I could come sit with each and every one of you on this call today and have a cup of coffee or tea and just say, how are you doing through this pandemic? How are you coping as a blind person through the extraordinary challenges that we have had to cope with? Because information access, in my mind, is a human right, but we're not there yet in terms of our civil rights and the support that we get to make that a reality. We're not there yet. And that has been amply demonstrated for a variety of reasons, from being able to access websites to book vaccinations appointments for those 65 and older, to other challenges that have been brought up by the pandemic. And so what MABV has really focused on this past year is, one, supporting your mental health. I wish that I could have that conversation with you because I want to hear how you accomplished supporting yourself and supporting those around you who are blind, whom you care about, and how we support each other collectively, communally, and as a community. It's critical that we talk about this stuff right now. Mental health has to be something we talk about, has to be something that we support. And mental health isn't just something you do on a therapy couch. It's something that we walk every day as we encounter inaccessible websites. It's something that we experience every day as we have to self-advocate and as we have to community advocate. And it's hard to keep up that resilience day in and day out. So from support groups to conversations and community-led advocacy work, to looking at the work that we do in all of our programs and saying, how can we reach more underserved communities in Massachusetts? And how can we bring communities together from across the state to support each other? That's what we're really focusing on at MABV, health equity in terms of how do we better support the people that we serve? And the way that we hear that is by hearing how you are doing and the challenges that you have encountered and what you have done to ameliorate those challenges and what you have done and can't do. Both things need high priority attention and need my attention as the executive director of MABV. The other last thing that I will focus on is that we're advocating. We're saying something works or something doesn't work. And we're looking for ways and work where we can continue to say those things. And that happens when I hear from you when something does work and doesn't work. So that's where I'm going to highlight our MABV work this year. And I got cut off by the timer, so I will leave the rest for the questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And now let's move to Brian McDonald, please, from National Braille Press.
Thank you, Amy, and thank you for doing this again every year. It's very important. So National Braille Press, many of you know, we're a producer and publisher of Braille and tactile graphic materials. And We're an educational 501c3, but so we focus a lot of that area for standardized tests and textbooks. But we also do business to business, and we have our publications department that does all kinds of books and materials from children and early readers to adults for lifelong learning. And certainly this past year has been unusual for all of us and challenging in multiple ways. I will say we made a lot of changes this year to adapt because it really did impact our business and our operations. The one thing that I think was really unfortunate because of COVID is in the education market, standardized tests, obviously with school closures are all remote or hybrid. Standardized tests were really kind of postponed from fall to this coming spring. But the most concerning part to me were that textbooks were down significantly this year, 30% for most of this year. And I talked to Craig Meadow at APH too, because we both, are in this market, and he said the same thing. And a lot of blind students weren't getting textbooks that they normally would get, and teachers were teaching off of a whiteboard, maybe not even using textbooks for the sighted kids, but really, to me, it's anecdotal, but I'm concerned that a lot of kids this year just didn't get the support they needed just because of all the craziness of schools and systems trying to figure out how to adapt to what we were all dealing with. Also, Region 4 in Texas and Houston, many of you may not know of them, but they were also producers of standardized tests and textbooks, and they've closed permanently. And ASB in Philadelphia no longer does Braille production anymore. So in the big picture, I mean, there aren't many producers like us anymore to serve all the kids, in the country. And it puts more pressure on us to get the work out. We're working overtime now just to get tests done for the next month and a half. So it's a different world right now. Our business to business had slowed down, obviously, because, there weren't the in-person conventions and conferences and business cards and corporate documents, and a lot of collateral materials in print and Braille were down in volume. Except we are doing a Starbucks job for all of the United States and Canada, which is the biggest business job we've ever done in our history. So from a financial and operational point of view, we're fine. We've had another very good year, but it's been a very different year. And my biggest concern is the student and access for kids to get all the materials they really need. Our publications did well. I mean, people are stuck in their homes and wanted to read more Braille and get more materials. So that kind of stayed pretty steady as far as that part of our business goes. We did offer, when everyone was really hunkered down at the higher parts of our COVID in Massachusetts and the country, we did offer free books as downloads and BRFs, dinner delivered, how to get people, Grubhub and all the others to get to your home, and how to navigate healthcare if you had to, advocate for yourself with different types of challenges with the whole hospital situation right now. We had over 7,000 people download those for free, which was really exciting, and we were glad that it had such a positive impact to everybody. Our Children's Braille Book Club, we're doing a big change now that I want people to know about. We've had it for many, many years, and it's a subscription service to get a book every month for kids. And we made the commitment to make them go free in the future. Right now, we just got a grant for 5 years from the NUCO Foundation out of California. And we're flipping in March to start allowing free families and children to have access to this program for the future. And we hope within 5 years it can be free for everybody. Right now we have 125 new kids and families starting March. And I have another grant that I'm hoping to hear this month that has made a verbal commitment to do the same thing. So we're getting really good traction on it. And I think it's great to provide free services like this. Another big thing that haven't publicly launched, I'll give you, we plan on doing a press release in the near future, maybe next week. But National Braille Press, 18 months ago, started meeting with San Francisco Lighthouse and the University of Alabama, Houston, And we're working on creating an accessible graphic consortium. Tactile graphics, there's lots of information out there, lots of talented people and different organizations that have defined things about tactile graphics and standards, but they're not all the same and they're not all consistently taught. And the TVIs are kind of stuck. They haven't had the training they always need or the materials they need or how to produce different types of graphics depending on what they're trying to show. When you're talking about art, it's much different in how you would render a graphic for an engineering or science or math kind of graphic. And so our goal is to really work in providing materials and pulling all of the community. We've already, APH, AFB, have reached out to Mark and he's very interested in officially joining from NFB. Individuals, TVIs, and universities as well. Ohio State's involved. San Francisco's involved, and universities in there. And so our goal is to really kind of model similarly to what the diagram did with Benetech and the DAISY Consortium and NCAM in those days, to have the best, the brightest, and all the organizations to work together to really pull together repositories and standards that make sense, backed by research and testing, and then how a TVI in an urban area can still make some graphics that are useful versus someone that is in a very wealthy community that might even have a tiger embossed or different types of material to do graphics. So it's one of those areas as Sassy was talking about. It's an area that a lot of people haven't been trained to read tactile graphics. Students need to do better at it. Teachers need to know how to teach them better. And it's one of those areas we think is really important for the future of all the STEAM related areas. So that's something that I'm excited. It's getting really good traction. We've already applied for a federal grant about 6 months ago that we should hear next month. And we're looking for others that we think we have good opportunities for. And we hope to keep you posted on updates on it. And as I said, we hope to do a press release at the end of next week, I think, on that. On the technology side, the Center for Braille Innovation is pretty much a virtual place, as is all it's been, but we're doing consulting work with Google still. We're working with a German company on a software for Braille display that they're coming out at the end of this year. And we're always trying to, and we're working with Draper Labs and a bunch of different organizations to still create that continued search for the affordable tactile graphic tablet for the blind that can do Braille and tactile graphics in real time. But we have a lot of people that we're working with, and there's definitely progress, but there are a lot of challenges to make the perfect device that's affordable. So we're still involved in that as well. And I didn't put my timer on. I don't know how I am doing, but
you're a bit over time.
Well, sorry, I didn't see it. I'm stopping now. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you so much. Next, let's hear from Greg Donnelly from the Carroll Center.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invite, Amy, as always. I really appreciated Sassy's comments relative to everyone, all of our well-being, safety during these challenging times. So I hope everyone is well. The Carroll Center team and the Carroll Center for the Blind as an organization have done very well throughout this pandemic, although, challenging for everybody. We continue to serve consumers of all ages and all stages of vision loss. So our summer program looked a little differently last summer, but we hope to get back to our normal summer youth programs. Our adult rehabilitation programming did open late August, and we've been running at about 50% capacity between about 10 to 12 residential rehabilitation beds filled. So we're doing a lot of the same work around rehabilitation, technology, our low vision programming, our community programs, certainly employment training and job placement we're very active with. Our accessibility services are busier than ever. Carroll store is even open, and lots of online sales. And our very own Heather Thomas just updated her book, Getting Started with Zoom Meetings, a guide for JAWS, NVDA, and iPhone voiceover users. So please visit our store. All our trainings continue to be very individualized focus in this unique environment. Everyone has different skill sets, and it's all about the outcomes that we can make for our consumers. I think all of our collaboration, I want to thank all of you, just being able to reach out, talk, stick together through these challenges, working with the entire MCB team, connecting our consumers to these critical and essential services throughout the pandemic. That right there, we're all facing, even more isolation during these times. And I've never seen the largest smiles in my 4.5 years at the Carroll Center are actually the consumers that are coming in so wanting these services, even though we're still in the midst of the pandemic. We did get approval in phase 1 for the vaccine with the support of MCB and Mass DPH. So, a large majority of our team members have received at least their first vaccination. That included some residential consumers were also allowed to get their vaccine. So we're very grateful for that. Our maintaining our safety standards is of highest priority to us, and that will continue. This is going to be an ongoing thing, so our vigilance there will remain strong. Our campus and our staff, wherever they're working and serving our consumers, safety and health and well-being will be at the forefront of everything that we do. And I really want to thank my team, the management team, Jennifer Harnish and our education team, Nancy Sharon, working harder than ever and very differently. So now our services have expanded, obviously, to lots of remote training, but we are doing a tremendous amount of face-to-face, both on campus, in the communities, in the schools. Certainly hybrid education for all our young consumers. We have an additional 6 full-time equivalent teachers of the visually impaired this year. We picked up over 10 school districts. So we're busier than ever. But I really want to go back and thank Sassy for bringing up her points on mental health and well-being, and so that we all can support each other and get through this time together. And I just appreciate the opportunity to see and hear from everyone today, because it's days like this that takes that edge off everybody. And I really welcome the opportunity. So thank you, Amy, and all the NFB members and everyone that's on the panel today.
Thank you. And certainly last but not least, anyway, David D'Arcangelo from the MCB. 5 minutes.
Thanks, Amy. And thanks to everybody for joining today, all my colleagues and partners here from Greg and Brian and Dave and Sassy. Great to hear from you, Sassy. Nice to hear your voice today. And Amy, of course, and Kim for your leadership on the Statutory Advisory Board, and many others who are involved in other MCB activities. So it's great to be with you. Thank you so much for coming together today. What a challenge COVID threw at us. Who knew when we were last together over at the airport in the ballroom of the hotel there? Who could have foreseen what would occur? So what strikes me first is how impressed I am by the way that the community has persevered and really been resilient. We've managed to avoid mass breakouts amongst our staff and many of our consumers, which safety first, that's the most important thing. So I think the light is at the end of the tunnel, if they say, with the vaccine coming. So recently we've been focused on trying to get that messaging out. Obviously what occurred a couple of days ago with the website is unacceptable. The governor and the secretary were very clear on that. And we are all working very hard to try to avoid that and really try to improve on as much as we can, getting the vaccine distributed. I think it comes down to supply. The supply just really can't meet the demand. So I think that's not an excuse for websites going down, things like that. I don't want to gloss it over, but that at the end of the day is kind of driving this. So we're trying our best. Hang in there, stay patient. Let us know how we can serve you, because that's why we're there. We did a lot of great things over the past year, convening stakeholder meetings, of course, all virtually. We had virtual town halls, and really tried our best to keep everybody engaged and informed. We increased our communications significantly. And one of the things we learned is we put together a report. We worked with HSRI. They're a renowned human service organization in terms of data and analytics and things like that. And we recognize that 58% of our consumers use the internet every day. So as a result of that, we acted on that data, and we've put forward we've established social media that we never had before. We established constant contact emailing. We're now, when I started as commissioner, we had less than 1,000 emails. Now we're up to about 5,000 emails. So the way that we're able to get the message out to our consumers and things like that has improved, and we continue to work on that. During the pandemic, we did 24 different reallotment projects that kept us busy. We made good on some CARES Act funding that we got and put all of that money towards assistive technology for seniors. So those devices are getting distributed. Many other things where really there's been some challenges, but there's some opportunities too. Obviously, I'm sure people are probably going to want to ask me some questions about physically closing two of our regional offices in Worcester and New Bedford. While those were challenging decisions, I think those are the best decisions at the end of the day, because our service model has been based around meeting people in their homes and in the community. And so we recognize that when March 13th happened, we flipped a switch. We were open for business 9 a.m. Monday morning and really didn't miss a beat. So we've continued to service our consumers. Is it the same? No, but we're not going to send people back until it's safe for our consumers, safe for our staff. So really it's safety first. And once that lifts, there will be a new normal type of thing. And not just for MCB, for society. We've learned a great deal during COVID about the nature of the workplace and what we can do remotely effectively. I mean, look at this call. This Zoom is a testament today. What a great showing. And many of the meetings that we've had virtually reflect that as well. So again, credit to everybody for adapting and showing their resilience during these challenging times. So it's not always easy, and there's some challenging decisions, and hindsight, as they say, is 2020. But who could have understood what we were about to embark a year ago when we were together? So hopefully next year at this time, we're back together at the airport ballroom or wherever the case may be. And my time is up, so my alarm's going off. So thank you, Amy.
Thank you very much. Okay, we could spend a lot of time asking questions, but I'm only going to ask a few questions that have come in from our consumer community. And the first one, some of you have touched on this already, and anyone can start. We would like to know, what adjustments have you had to make, or do you anticipate that you will have to make to your services because of lost revenue? Who wants to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. That's good news for MCB. Really, our budget is in a good place. I think hopefully my vendors here and our partners will back me up on this, but we've really tried to work with our member organizations, our partner organizations, to keep the programs as open as they can be and keep funding the programs and services that are so important. So it's not easy when you have a model. Look at MAVI, for example. Their model essentially has been bringing people together for the great support groups that they have. Usually they changed very quickly into doing it all either on the phone or in Zoom. That's a credit to them and a credit to you all who, all the people who participate in those services. So is it the same? No, it's not the same. But I think we've learned in the future that when we do go back to the face-to-face more, that we can still do some virtual as well and have that be effective. So we've tried our best to continue to support, whether it's Deaf Inc. with our deafblind DBCAN program, or the Carroll Center with the great services, or MABV, the support groups, whatever the case may be. We've tried our best to work together and collaborate to try to keep the resources flowing. Our budget at MCB, fortunately, is very stable. We have ample funding, which is good, and we haven't seen any layoffs. So that's really, really good. So I think we're in a pretty good place.
This is Dave Gower. I can add just a word or two. I think I feel very fortunate that with certainly with the support of the state and towns, the Department of Education, DESE, we've maintained support and revenue and delivered services remotely and on campus, and in concert with the state and the towns and the rest of the education system, and doing that we're very well there. So and then I think with a lot of the other things we're doing more remote delivery of services, teacher training, et cetera. So I think we just managed our way through as lean as we could. There's nothing we're going to try to do to quote make up for lost revenue. We're going to, I think, get through the year solidly. And the one thing I would say, if there's a silver lining, is that there's some things about the way we're working remotely that I wouldn't call a workaround. I'd say it'll be a permanent part of the way we operate going forward and allow us to reach, broader audiences.
This is Sassy. I'll jump in very quickly. Thank you for the compliment to my team, Commissioner. I appreciate that. My team did pivot very quickly, and those who use our services have also pivoted very quickly. It wasn't just a staff thing. This was a community thing, a community willing to try new things. And that's what defined this year for us as in terms of our revenue. We found that we didn't necessarily lose revenue. We saw revenue, as Brian alluded to, coming from new sources. We saw healthcare facilities realizing that all this time that they've shoved the issue of how to deal with disability access and people who are low vision or blind in the hospital setting, suddenly they couldn't shove that anymore because we get COVID too. Hopefully that has not happened extensively to you or a loved one or anybody else, but it happens, and people needed guidance, people needed help, people needed support. We saw a huge change in digital accessibility. Companies were coming to us saying, suddenly we have to pivot our workforce to work from home, and we don't know how to do that. And they had been putting the issue on the back burner for a long time of how to make their workforce or their workflow systems accessible. And suddenly they couldn't do that anymore because they had to have all their staff working from home tomorrow and they needed help. So our income streams changed, but they didn't go away. And I think that that's going to be indicative of how we get through this year, but many to come, that we are light on our feet. And that's why I came to work for MABV. And that's why I love working for MABV, because it's a nonprofit, but it's in startup culture. It's able to pivot. It's light on its feet. Its community and its staff and its model are one where we can try new things, pilot new things, see if they work, see what the community wants and needs, and move to meet that need easily and quickly. And we demonstrated that throughout this year, time and again.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Brian. I kind of alluded to it when I spoke, so I won't take a lot of time now since I already went over. But we also adapt. We've always had to adapt because we're different. I mean, we're a manufacturing factory of Braille in some ways, and our biggest challenges were really making sure that we could provide a safe environment with spacing. And I built a 14-foot Lexan barrier on our collating table and vertical barriers so that people felt safer, and all the protocols we developed to be able to still produce Braille and tactile graphics during the height of COVID especially. But I will say everyone felt very safe at NVP. Before it really hit the fan in Massachusetts, we had 3 shifts from 4:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. so we could spread out people and equipment. And we eventually built barriers and protocols that didn't have to do that anymore. But we've adapted as well, and we're having a good year overall. And our budget year ends March 31st. And as I said, we're just trying to get all these tests and textbooks out, with deadlines, so that kids can get what they need on time. And so we're working our butts off. So we adapted. We always adapt, and it's all good. It's different, but it's good.
Hi, Amy. It's Greg Donnelly. I just want to respond by saying I think it's all about flexibility, and we've all gotten really good at that over the last year. Both remote, face-to-face, day services, residential programming, short and longer term. And to Dave's Powers point, we're probably, that's not going away. We're going to have to, continue that to our benefit. And we're reaching people that really didn't have the easiest access to us across the state and beyond. So that's how we'll address some of the program revenue shortfalls. Certainly the payroll protection programs, the PPPs that we're all very familiar with, have been very helpful as well. So if we can work together through these challenges and get to the end, as the commissioner said, this time next year, I think we're going to be faced with maybe some new and different challenges, but ones that we've been already conquering along the way.
Okay, great. Well, great to hear that despite the challenges, budgets are in good shape. A bit of a surprise to hear that, actually, but a good surprise. I want to ask one more question, and this is a broader question. I'd like to know from each of you, what do you think your role is in advocating for the needs of blind people?
I can start. Again, this is Greg Donnelly. It's our number one priority. We know there's so many consumers in Massachusetts and beyond that are underserved, young and old. And we hear this year after year. It's our duty to find them, to advocate for them, and connect them to the services that they need. Our approach to serve all ages and all stages of vision loss, there's a lot of consumers that fit within our full scope of services. And we put a lot of effort into our marketing outreach. Over the years, we've added FTEs to that area. We've worked with different companies and AARP and different partners to advocate and get the word out of available services, whether it's through earmark, through state and federal funding, so that those that may not have the typical means to get these services, or through scholarship. We're providing more scholarships now and probably likely in the future than ever with our fundraising.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Dave Power here. I mean, it's similar to Greg. I mean, my first reaction is it's what we do 7x24. Every teacher, every parent, everybody that works at Perkins is here because we serve a population that doesn't get the attention that it needs and deserves. It's not well understood. And so, we do that in so many ways. There's two kinds of advocacy. There's probably more than two, but I'll just say, let's just start with, there's two kinds of advocacy. One is kind of what people do instinctively all the time, what a teacher does, what a parent does, because anyone growing up 0 to 20, the age group that we're serving, really needs that kind of advocacy in every in every aspect of preparing the world for the children and young adults we serve. There's also organizations that do advocacy as a part of their model. So NFB does, AFB does, and some others. In other words, to change laws, to change the habits and practices of organizations that may or may not know there's this law called the ADA and that sort of thing. And I think for our part with Perkins, we're not an advocacy organization in the sense that that's our business model, but you'll see our name signed on to every major initiative that makes its way to, state and government legislature, even though we're typically not the ones that craft those. There's other people smarter than us that think about what's the law or what's the policy that is needed. And of course, I know I'm not alone because everybody on this panel's name is on all of those same initiatives. So anyway, so that's my long-winded answer.
Well, this is Brian McDonald. I look at my role similarly. What's different about National Bureau of Press is we aren't a direct service organization, and compared to many of you, we on the other hand, though, I look strategically at where are the gaps, where are we missing the support and technology or accessibility methodologies, training, and what are those standards that really should be improved or coalesced to have a better synergy and a better outcome, so that everyone's taught similarly how to best learn a tactile graphic, as I mentioned earlier, or different types of technology support that can be more affordable with new innovation and new methodologies that come out through research. So we look at it broadly. We're certainly providers of information already to the blind and visually impaired, and we're just trying to make sure that every method for the future can be done in this digital world so everyone has equal access to it. And that's the area I really focus on a lot.
I'll go next. Yeah. So to me, it's trying to serve 351 cities and towns, all types of visual acuities, and being that advocate. So I remember early on talking with Sassy about some people who were facing food challenges because they couldn't go to the store because of the COVID rules. So it's picking up the phone and calling a manager at a Stop and Shop, and then trying to get that message through my leadership to Stop and Shop leadership that people with visual disabilities have certain modifications that need to be considered here. So it's all the way from that to the people who are really traditionally underserved on a blue sky day. And again, food security issues to health security issues, and really the full gamut there. A lot of seniors, as you know, the average age of our consumers about 81 years old. So that is comes with its own set of challenges. So really making sure that their voice is heard to my leadership and to other organizations around the state, and making those calls and saying, hey, can you help us solve this challenge here? Because again, nobody could have comprehended the types of arrangements that would have to be made. So there was that. And then additionally, just being that, the advocate, or the governor's office and the secretary's office might use a different word, but really calling about, hey, the website isn't fully accessible, and having our team internally work on it with the mass.gov team to try to make it as accessible as possible and things like that. So it's just really the gamut of issues, just such a wide array of issues, trying to just continue to advocate and be that squeaky wheel to make sure that our people are getting equal access and equal opportunity as much as possible.
And Sassy, you have the last word.
Even as a community advocate, it is my job to treat you as an individual. There is no one right way to do blindness. It is not my job to point and say, this is how you do it. Even when I'm teaching rehabilitation, it is not my job to demonstrate that I know best for you. I'm thinking back to this summer at the NFB convention with the John Lewis speech that was played. And the thing that I took out of that was that it is my job to sit quietly and to listen. That is my job as an advocate. It is not to think I know. It is to shut my mouth, to sit quietly and to hear what you need. And then, and only once I have ascertained from you what you need, then it is my job to go behind the scenes, to go to the backstage places where I have to go and the meetings and get it. And it is my job to stand there and stand as a bulwark until you get it. That is how I advocate for myself as a blind person. And that is what I have learned you have to do to advocate for this community this year.
Thank you so much. All of you, I have many more questions I could ask, but in the interest of time, I want to thank you all for coming. Please, participants, do not leave. We have some more door prizes, and I've got a couple of announcements before we adjourn from the morning session. But thank you all for coming and participating, and we hope to see you next year at the Embassy Suites Hotel in Boston. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Okay, so now let's get back to door prizes. Margaret, I know that you were hot to trot to get something else out, and I had to circumvent you for the interest of time in our panel. But we did not hear from the last winner, so let's do 2 door prizes. We still have that one hanging out, and then if you want to do another 1 or 2, go right ahead.
I think we lost Margaret, so Lorna.
Lorna, please. Sorry to spring that on you.
No, that's no problem. So for the last prize, which was the $20 cash prize, that would be for Francisco Souza.
Does anybody see Francisco in the chat? I mean, in the list.
Hi, guys.
Are you Francisco?
Oh, no, I'm definitely not Francisco.
I didn't think so.
Didn't think so. Didn't know if you were answering on his behalf.
Okay. Okay, we'll give him 5 minutes. Let's do another door prize.
The next prize is a winter single by Precious Perez, and that one will go to Sherry Thompson.
Is Sherry Thompson in the room? Or call up 781-267-4432. Okay.
And while we're waiting for those guys, David DiArcangelo said he could, if anybody needs to contact him, his email is David, DAVID, DARCANGELO1 at mass.gov, mass.gov.
And I can distribute all of their emails to anybody who needs them.
Excellent.
Thanks, Kevin. Let's do one more door prize.
All right, sure. Our next door prize is for $20 cash prize, but from the Cambridge chapter, and that will go to Shanti Aaron.
Shanti Aaron in the room? Okay, we will have to see, and we will wait for a few minutes and see if any of those folks come forward.
Okay, so do you want me to repeat those names again, or are we good?
Please, if you would.
All right, so Francisco Souza, Sherry Thompson, and Shanti Aaron.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to thank you for staying the extra minutes. The students will remain in this room for their student meeting. And all the rest of you, please go get your lunch and take a bit of time off. We will reconvene because we are ending a little late. We will reconvene at 1:05. So please be back here at 1:05, and thank you for your attention and your participation. So we'll see you at 1:05.
Hey, Georgie.
Okay.
And I probably will be staying since I'm a student.
Okay.
Yep, all students stay.
Students stay and other people please leave unless you've been invited to participate.
All right, this is Kevin Kovacs. Carrie, I'm going to leave this to you, and then I will be back at 105 and take it over.
I'm good
Thanks,
to go.
Kevin.
All
Thanks,
right.
Kevin.
Yep.
At this point, actually, my suffering from a condition won't be. It certainly did.
Hello, Carrie.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi, Sharon.
Hey, we've got a bunch of people who are not students, so please vacate if you would. We'll see you back at 105.
They just want to get their hands on our free boxed lunch.
Yeah. Yeah, they're virtual box.
The
non-existent box. This year's box lunch, we have some Buffalo Wild Wings brought to you by Stephanie, with a side of smiley fries brought to you by Syed. And we have a package of homemade chocolate chip cookies brought to you by Carrie, who made them herself.
Forget the Dino Nuggets.
Right. And the Dino Nuggets as well, but that's only in Syed's box. We marked it with his name.
Wait, the Dino Nuggets? Are you saying I get
I
Dino Nuggets?
I
or are you
thought
talking
Shane
about
would get
virtual
the
ones?
Dino Nuggets too, you know.
What do you,
Yeah.
what are
love
you
Dino
saying?
Nuggets
Is
over
it-
in this house.
Bro, I
Like,
want
what is
say
it
that,
for?
like-
Is it for like virtual ones?
You guys
Yeah.
say that like Syed didn't go through all of the boxes and steal everyone's Dino Nuggets. We all had them.
That's
He just
why he
took
only
them.
has Dino Nuggets, because he's
It's all you get, Risby. Take it or
There's
leave
a
it.
solution to
I will
this.
blow up some Dino Nuggets now.
I'm just gonna eat my computer.
There you go. Well, your computer has
That
cookies
works.
in it.
I feel like it's
Be
gonna give
careful
you
with the
major
acid.
intestinal issues, but you know, I can't
Is it-
stop you, and maybe the people on Grey's Anatomy will be able to save you.
Yeah, your
Yeah, I
computer
still
does have
haven't let it
potato
go.
chips. So you
With Elizabeth's awful taste in TV.
Chill, I still need to watch Grey's Anatomy. I have
Speaking of
not watched
TV,
it yet.
You do
since
not.
yes,
Do
since
not.
Yes, I do. I
So-
will. I'm going to do
I'm
it.
still
Please
drinking
don't.
I will though.
Don't join them.
Feel free to make us do
Alright.
decisions at any point. Madam
So
President.
speaking of TV,
Yeah,
since-
I'm just waiting to make sure all the students are here and other people are not.
I
So
Yeah,
we'll give
get
it
out
another
now,
minute.
Know who
students.
if some of these people are students or not.
We are student nationalists here. We do
Yeah,
not
I'm-
accept
Let's
your
see.
presence. We revoke you
Sydney,
and
are you
rebuke
a
you.
student?
We cast you out. in
Actually,
the name
yes,
of
I am a student. I'm 12
Okay,
years
perfect.
old.
We
All
banish you.
We cast you out in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Depart.
Oh my goodness.
Brian Martin,
What is
are
this,
you a
The
student?
Exorcist?
Yeah, this is gonna get
Yes,
intense.
I
I am a student from Connecticut. I
Okay,
am
perfect.
the.
Hey Brian, how's it going? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a
Brian, what's
minute.
up?
What's up, man? It's been a minute.
Is it Alana? Are you a student?
Alana,
It's
yeah,
Elena,
she's a student.
but I
Okay,
am
so
Elena.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go make lunch.
Oh, hi, Alana.
I know.
Peace, bro.
Hi, how are you
Enjoy
doing,
your lunch.
Alana?
Make them Dino
I'm
Nuggets.
good. It's
think
actually
everyone
Elena,
else is
but you
student.
know.
My dude, I wish I had Dino Nuggets.
Elena.
So-
Oh, it's not.
Dino
It's
Nuggets.
not
So
Alana.
bomb. I
it's
love Dino
Elena.
Nuggets.
Yeah.
For Alina. I think it's hilarious that
Wait,
Josh
Mark, are you a student? I don't think Mark is a student.
Depart from us. In the name of God, leave.
All right. It's all good, y'all. All right.
I'm pretty sure
so,
Mark is a student.
So we don't have a ton of time. We're gonna get started. So everybody, I understand that we all want to have a great time, and that's cool. We'll have
Oh,
time
hi,
for that
what's your
too.
name?
My name is Precious.
That's
and
beautiful.
so thank you. I'm gonna ask all of you to mute, except Carrie for now. And we are going to get started with our student meeting. So first of all, welcome everybody. Super exciting to see this big of a group here. I'm really excited about it. We're going to get started and just talk a little bit about what we've been doing this year with, COVID and everything, and how the student division has been progressing. So we have been, the biggest, I think, thing that we've done is the WhatsApp group. So all of the students, a lot of our students are together in a WhatsApp group that we chat in and send messages. Whenever we have student hangouts, we'll email and text everybody, but mostly also do WhatsApp messages. So if anybody who is new here and wants to be a part of that, please get in touch with either Carrie or myself and we can add you. It's a party in there. It's been, once things get busy, we're all kind of not as engaged, but there's a lot of us there and we have a good time. So we have that going on, and we've had periodic student hangouts where we just get together on Zoom and just socialize, whether we talk about any access issues we've been having at school or just kind of, getting together, not feeling so isolated, talking to a group of people. So Carrie, is there anything that you want to speak about or add?
I think you've covered it. We've really been able to connect with more students, I feel like, because of COVID. People maybe are a little less crazy because we're not spending all the extra time commuting. And,
right.
Even when you live close, you realize how much time you save when you're not commuting 10 or 15 minutes each way.
Right. Definitely a lot more participation for sure. It's it's easier in some ways.
I think so. And I think the WhatsApp group has really been a success, and some people hesitate to do it. And I've been encouraging everyone to join the listserv because that's ultimately going to be a major communication method still, because, any news, any announcements, it's easy to just forward those to the listserv over WhatsApp.
Right. Awesome. So we're going to move on to, we have our National Association of Blind Students rep here, Elizabeth Rouse, who's going to talk to us a little bit about what's going on the national level as far as the NFB student division and what we can do to contribute to that. So Elizabeth, take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Precious. I'm super enjoying being in Massachusetts, even if it is only in Zoom. And I'm going to have to jack Sean Calloway's vibe from earlier in the sense that I've never been to Massachusetts in the first place. So I just have like a really good excuse to come to next year's convention, whether I'm repping or not, because I got to miss out on it this year. Also, Justin made a joke to me earlier that you guys were having shirts made. And if I don't get a shirt that says mass abs on it, I'm going to be really upset. So just putting that out there. But I have found that the most conducive way to break down the National Association of Blind Students is to give you guys a little bit of brief info on what NABS is and what NABS does, and then just kind of open up the floor to a couple questions if that works for you all. So the National Association of Blind Students is, I like to call us the loudest and proudest division in the National Federation of the Blind. We've been in existence for over 50 years now, and we do not hesitate to make change. And if we don't see the change we want, we make the change and we encompass the change that we want to see. So NABS is a vibrant presence at Washington Seminar, at National Convention, and almost every state in between those events. So just to give you guys a brief look at what we do during the year, NABS consists primarily of 4 committees, and our committees are outreach, fundraising, legislative and self-advocacy, or LSAC, because it's a lot easier to say, and diversity and inclusion, or DNI. And our committees are chaired and led by various members of the NABS board and student leaders from across the nation. Each has its own initiatives, so I'm going to just walk through them very briefly, and then if you guys have any questions about them, I'll go ahead and drop my number in the chat, so any and all of you can feel free to reach out to me at any point in time with more questions or with different questions. Just drop me your name first so I know who I'm talking to. So to start with outreach, which meets on outreach and fundraising both meet on the second Sunday of the month, and LSAC and DNI meet on the third Sunday of the month. You can subscribe to our NABS listserv or find any of our social media outlets to stay up to date on all of our meeting times. But outreach mainly handles NABS notes, which is my little love child in the Federation. I'm majorly obsessive compulsive. So this is our monthly newsletter that gets to come out. So if you want to see my blood, sweat, and tears as a result of my emotional turmoil over Grey's Anatomy, you can read NABS notes. Those come out on the final day of every month to summarize what happened during the month and briefly look ahead at what's coming next. We also spearhead the NABS Now podcast, which is hosted by the Outreach Committee Chair, Nina Marenka. Sometimes I'm on it. Our incredible producer, Sayun, appears every once in a while. And we have a lot of fun. We get to talk about topics as diverse as our student population. So just this year already, we did our January episode on the SMART goal system and goal setting and like how realistic New Year's resolutions are. We did a podcast about living your life with love. So we featured Norma and Glenn Crosby, the affiliate president and first gentleman of the Texas affiliate, and then interspersed some like college dating safety tips. And then in March, we're actually about ready to launch our first ever episode on women of the Federation to celebrate Women's History Month. So a lot of stuff going on NABS Now. We also have the Student Slate, which is our WordPress blog post that comes out on the 15th of every month. Excuse me, I should add our podcast episode drops on the 1st of every month. So the first and the last of the month are very busy for us. But and then our blog post, which you can subscribe to, again, very diverse topics. This month, February, we did the basics of getting and utilizing credit cards. So a lot of topics that are relevant to students. Fundraising, our next committee is pretty self-explanatory. I've always been told that the two things that the Federation runs on are membership and money, the M&Ms of life. And I'm a big fan of chocolate, so I love that metaphor. We do lots of things throughout the year, whether that's fantasy football or our annual auction, which just concluded at the beginning of this month. And we've sold T-shirts and water bottles at national conventions. So stay tuned for what's next on our horizon. You guys can always get involved with any of these committees just by hopping on a call. There's no formal invitation or subscription or membership necessitated. Our next effort will be our annual walkathon, which you can obviously just hop on social media or text me and I'll get you the link. You get your own page created and you start raising money. So it's a lot of fun, pretty simple. LSAC or LSAC does a lot with self-advocacy training for students across the nation and then legislative priorities. So they take a hugely active role in Washington seminar and different topics throughout the year at legislation advocacy on the state level as well. We've got about 10 days left in our Student Access Moments campaign, which is actually a time when students get to create a video on social media with like a fancy smancy Zoom background of part of their college campus. And they get to tell a story of a time that they encountered inaccessibility in the classroom. And you've got like 60 seconds to 90 seconds to tell your inaccessibility story. And there's some cash prizes that are going to be awarded right after the first of the month as well. And then diversity and inclusion is kind of primarily based off of our national effort to be more inclusive and to celebrate diversity in our organization. Syed was actually, he's going to correct me when I'm wrong, he was the chair, I believe, of D&I when he was on the NABS board. So we're really lucky to have his leadership to launch our newest committee. And D&I is currently chaired by Monica Wagner, who has been doing an incredible job of getting us off the ground, having some in-depth discussions about like separating the art from the artist and celebrating Latin History Month and so many different topics that I cannot wholeheartedly name, but we're looking at doing some mashups between our committees here coming up soon. So some podcast episodes about diversity that maybe we can trick Sean Calloway into appearing on. So we'll have to see how that goes. But that's kind of the gist of NABS. You can always visit our website, nabslink, nabslink.org, to learn more. It's about to go under a pretty heavy revamp. So if for some reason that doesn't work for you, give it a month or so and check back. But you can fill out the Become a Member page on NABS. We ask for an annual $5 dues payment. But that is pretty much the gist of NABS. Precious, I'm happy to go into any other entities that you think I might have skipped over, or if anyone has any questions, I'd love to answer what I can.
Awesome. Thank you. Would you mind to share your contact info if anyone wants to reach out to you directly?
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. I can drop this in the chat as well, but my email, really, really hard, I know, is my first name, my last name, Elizabeth Rouse, and Rouse is just like house, but with an R instead of an H, .nfb@gmail.com. elizabethrouse.nfb@gmail.com. And then my phone number is 563-210-1854. And that's a lot of numbers. So I'm going to drop that in the chat right now. But I'd love to talk to any and all of you about NABS. I'd like to think I'm a pretty approachable person, so don't feel shy. I love NABS a lot. So talking about it, you'll eventually tell me to stop talking. But it's fun. And you guys are always welcome. Any place I am, I'd love to see any and all of you there. So we have a lot of fun, and we'd love for you to join us in that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So next up, we have our wonderful national rep, Sean Calloway, to talk a little bit to us and address us as students. So Sean, you're here.
Hello. Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak to the students. One of the things if you look at history, and I've explained this to many different student groups, part of NABS groups anyway, is the importance of students in our movement. If you look at and you go sort of study a lot of the different civil rights actions over the past 100 years, you would see that a big part of those, a big part of the civil rights movement happened to be students. Especially if you look at, and you can ask our own Everly Harrison, who was a student at North Carolina Central, when she participated in the civil rights movement under Dr. Martin Luther King. Across the country, students participated in sit-ins, freedom rides, protest marches, you name it. The students were a big part of that. Matter of fact, a lot of the strategizing during the civil rights movements happened on college campus. So I say all to say is that the students, especially our Federation students with NABS, are extremely important to what we do. You are basically our future, right? If you look at our current leadership and you look at our national board, many of them were members of NABS, right? So we're looking to you actually as our future leaders. So if you ever thought that you're not important to what we do, then you need to think again. Our students are very important within the Federation, and I'm grateful for the work that you do. I just want to commend NABS and this particular affiliate. Precious, I thank you for your hard work and what you do. But this NABS in Massachusetts, you are very vital, not only for now, but for what we plan on for our Massachusetts affiliates. I'm dead serious on that. So I urge you, and I'm glad Elizabeth was on, because one thing I love about the national, when we talk about NABS on a national level, there's such a learning resource. There's so many people to learn from on our national level in regards to our students as well. And so I implore all of you that are on this call, one of the main things I want you to do is not only stay active in NABS, especially in Massachusetts, but acquire a mentor. Get yourself a mentor. I don't care who it is. If it's someone who has been in this organization a very long time, gravitate to them so you can learn to enhance your growth within this organization and your knowledge in regards to advocacy. That is extremely important. I've learned that you can't, in order to get to a place where you're trying to get to, right, you got to learn from those who are already there, right? And so I extremely encourage you all to grab a mentor, someone who you can bounce ideas off, someone you can just talk to and chat. Because I joined the Federation when I was, I'm around 37 years old. And the day I came into this organization, I've always had a mentor. And I don't think I will be where I am, not only from a Federation standpoint, but professionally as well, without mentorship. So I highly encourage you to acquire a mentor. But again, I just want to just thank you all for all what you do. And just keep on moving and keep on advocating, and just continue to have a wonderful few more hours for your state convention. And thanks again for having me on.
And if I
Thank
could
you
just
so
add,
much.
if I could just add one thing to that, Precious, Sean is absolutely right with the glory factor of mentors. They shape us in ways that we never thought possible. If you're interested in finding a mentor and you don't necessarily know like who to reach out with, or like who you're going to best vibe with personality wise, lean on people who have been in this Zoom room and in the Federation, maybe a little bit of time. You can always reach out to, I'm sure, Precious or any of the other Massachusetts students. You can reach out to me. We'll get to know you a little bit if we don't already, and we'll find someone that we think your personality can vibe with. We'd love to help you forge those connections. So thank you, Sean. Great point.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a great point. I want to be very clear about the fact that we are very open here, very welcoming, and any one of us are happy to help any of you with any questions or just anything at all. Just like hanging out if you need somebody to talk to, or just in general, like we're here and we're ready. So just feel free to reach out at any time. And yeah, I'm excited. So last but not least, we have our affiliate president, Amy Rule, to talk to us. So Amy, if you want to speak now.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to unmute.
No worries.
So everybody, I just want to thank you all. I'm delighted to see so many people here. I want to welcome you. For those of you for whom this is the first time at NFB Massachusetts, I want to welcome you. I hope you become involved. I think students are my passion. Precious could probably tell you. Students are my passion, and I love working with students because you are our future. This organization will not do the incredibly important work that we do without you. So you have an opportunity here in Massachusetts and abroad to make a huge difference, not only for yourselves, but for other people. We've taken some actions here in Massachusetts. You'll hear more about this afternoon, but we have students on our board. We have students in leadership roles whenever we possibly can. And many of us, who've been involved for a while also are happy to be mentors. I would encourage you. The scholarship candidate process for Massachusetts is done for this year. We will award scholarships at the convention, and I'm proud to say that we have a lot of very deserving candidates this year. So thanks to all of you who have applied. And for those of you who have not applied, our scholarship application process begins usually in November or early December and ends at the end of January. So we ask you to consider applying. You can never win unless you apply. And our standards are a little bit different, a little bit easier than the national scholarship program, which is much more competitive just because of the numbers of people who apply for that. I also encourage any of you who are interested to apply for the National Scholarship Program. I'm fortunate enough to be on that committee and encourage all of you to apply. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out and contact me. I'm happy to help you work through the process as best I can. I think the most important thing is try to get involved. When we have meetings, try to attend. We try to put things out for students ahead of time as much as possible. When we can get together for social gatherings. Keep in touch with one another. I know how busy all of you are and that it's a challenge, and keep in touch with us. I am a crazy busy person, as anybody who knows me can tell you, because I have 2 jobs, but I always have time for students and try to make time for students. So please feel free to contact me. If I can put you in touch with somebody in your field, I'm happy to do so. If you happen to be somebody who's in human services, I've been a clinical social worker for a number of decades, and I've worked in a variety of capacities, so please get in touch. And I'll send you back to Precious. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Amy. Yeah, I can second that. The passion lies in students. We've worked really closely together for these however many years it's been. So, yeah, please apply. So that concludes like the business portion of our meeting today. We don't have any more like scheduled things until general session starts back up again. But I do want to go around really quickly. I know we did this yesterday in sort of like a really informal popcorn style, but I would like to go around and have everybody just really quickly introduce yourselves before we start like having big conversations, because it can be really hard, to get a word in sometimes over Zoom and things like that. So I want to make sure we can hear from everybody, including people that are new. So I'm going to go down the participants list and I'll just call on you if you want to unmute yourself and say like where you're coming from, what you're studying. If you want to share a fun fact, that's cool too. I'll start, and then Carrie, if you want to go after me, and then we'll go from there. So my name is Precious Perez, for those of you who don't know me. I am finishing up my degree at Berklee College of Music in Education and Performance. And I am now a part-time teacher, which is super crazy and really exciting. So I love that. So Carrie, if you want to go next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Svensson, and I am in my last semester of my Master's of Science in Forensic Psychology at American International College here in Springfield, Mass. And I'm also very busy. So fun fact, I am a peer mentor for a nonprofit that works with transitioning high school students that have a learning, social, or communication disability.
Awesome. Thank you. Earl?
Hi, I'm Earl Williams. I'm graduating this semester from UMass Boston, majoring in psychology, and I just applied to graduate school for their vocational rehab counseling program. I'm going to be a vocational rehab counselor. And let's see, a fun fact is my cat comes to her name, and when the doorbell rings, she runs right to it.
Fantastic. Cullen?
Okay, hello, I'm Colin Gallagher from Quincy, Massachusetts. I am a senior. It's my last year at Eastern Nazarene College, majoring in communication arts. So excited to graduate.
Feel that.
I guess a fun fact, some of you probably know this, but I have a YouTube channel that has a lot of different content, including assistive technology reviews. So that's out there.
Awesome. Tom?
Hey, I'm Tom. I'm from Newton, Mass, which is just to the west of Boston. And I am a senior at New England Academy, which is in Beverly, north of the city. And I plan on majoring in mass communications when I go into college. And a fun fact about me is that I've moved 5 times in my life.
Awesome. Thank you. I see a 410 number. I'm not sure who that is. Or 401. I'm asking you to unmute now.
I did just see a number leave, so I wonder if that's who just left, Precious.
Not sure. It still looks like they're here, but maybe yeah. Oh, wait, yeah, they left. Okay. Cool.
So
Brian?
next.
Alrighty. So I'm Brian Martin. For those of you guys who don't know me, I am from the state of Connecticut. I serve right now as the treasurer/board member for the Connecticut Association of Blind Students. I am technically, it's my 4th year at Mitchell college. I had to take a couple extra semesters because I had changed my major. I was a communications major. I changed it halfway through to an early childhood studies major. I'm going to be getting a bachelor's degree in that, and then I'm going to pursue a master's degree to be a teacher of blind students from Louisiana Tech.
Awesome. Welcome.
Thanks.
Elena?
Hi, I'm Elena. I'm a senior at Hopkinton High School. I'm 18. I'm hoping to major in political science and then after that, maybe go to law school. And a fun fact about me. I have a visually impaired brother and a twin, but my twin is not visually impaired.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome. Welcome. Elizabeth?
Awesome. Hi, everyone. This is Elizabeth Rouse, your NAB rep for the weekend. I'm originally from Iowa, graduated from a Division III school there last May called Central College with degrees in English and theater. Long-term goal is law school, but for right now, I'm staying busy as a center student at the Louisiana Center for the Blind. I currently serve as the treasurer and an outreach committee co-chair for the National Student Division. And my fun fact, believe it or not, for those of you who know Harry Potter, this is going to be a shocker. I'm a Hufflepuff. That's my fun fact.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I see Heather. I'm not sure.
Order. Audio now. Yay for Hufflepuff.
All right. Justin?
Hey guys, I swear hearing all the senior students in here. I thought I was in the seniors division for a second. This is so I'm Justin Hurd. I'm actually from Georgia, but I'm starting grad school in the fall. I'm currently a senior religion major, fourth year religion major at UGA. And in August/September, I'll be starting my Master's of Theological Studies program at Holy Cross Orthodox Seminary. And fun fact about me is that I am hoping, by the grace of God, to become the first ever blind person ordained to the priesthood in 2,000 years. So whether that's 5 years from now or 40, I am hoping that I will be patient and wait, and we'll see what happens.
Awesome. Marinella?
Order. Audio. Hello, I'm Marinella. I was born in Boston, but have been living in Florida for most of my life. I am living in Daytona. 16177. I'm currently living in Daytona Beach because I teach at the Blind Rehab Center in town, and I'm currently also attending UMass Boston, studying assistive technology. And a fun fact about me, I do run a blog on WordPress with my assistive tech, and I do go to anime conventions and do press there, and I've met so many different voice actors and also on TV actors, like from Power Rangers and other anime.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome. Rachel?
Hi, I'm Rachel Hakela. I live on Cape Cod in Massachusetts. I am just returning to college after 16 years. I am completing my degree in psychology, and I have 4 teenagers.
Wow. Awesome. Welcome. Sam?
Hi, I'm Sam Borick. I'm from Situate, Massachusetts. I'm a sophomore at UMass Lowell studying music, specifically composition for new media, which is a fancy way of saying songwriting. I listen to a lot of metal. I play drums and guitar, kind of keyboard, and I kind of sing. And fun fact about me is that I've been skiing for like 11 years. My top speed on skis is like 60 miles an hour, and I can ski backwards.
Fantastic. Shane?
Hi, my name is Shane. I'm a business management major at.
Oh no, your mic is not working, sir.
Not working? Why? Hold on, let me see.
Okay, it's better now.
We're working now? Yep. This is so weird. I'm so sorry. I'm Shane Lowe. I am a business management major at a university you've never heard of called Brescia University in Owensboro, Kentucky. And I don't believe in facts. I believe in stories. And the way you know this is true is because I was voted most likely to publish a book in my high school yearbook in my senior year, a year after I published the book. So I think that's ironic.
Wait, what's the book about?
The book is that one is an anthology. So I have a section in it. It's the stories of a bunch of different people living in the States with disabilities. It's a lot more interesting than that. It sounds kind of like a miserable read, but it's a bit more interesting than that.
Trippy, I dig.
Awesome. Let's see who else we got. I see Stacy.
Hi, everybody. This is Stacy Leap from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I am going back to school for the first time in 10 years. I have one more year left. I'm planning to start back in August. I'll be getting my degree in recreational therapy and psychology. A fun fact about me is I'm fluent in Cambodian.
Ooh, awesome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Stephanie?
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Valdez. I am studying French at UMass Boston. About like 3 semesters from finishing my degree. Fun fact about me. I used to do a lot of blind fencing, not anymore because I have a 7-month-old baby who takes most of my time. So I've been trying to get back to it, but it's not working. Oh, and sorry. And yeah, I'm studying French, but the goal is to become a interpreter and translator. I also speak Spanish.
Hey.
And I love how Isaac just put in his little 2 cents, went, ah!
Same. I wish I could do that every day of my life.
That was a great quote, Carrie. It was a great quote.
Awesome. Syed?
Hey, what's up, everyone? My name is Syed Rizvi. I'm originally from Western Mass, right outside of Springfield, a small town called Longmeadow. But what's kind of cool is that me and Amy share the same hometown. Like, total coincidence, because nobody's from Longmeadow. And I completed my undergrad last year, which was out of state at UT Austin. I'm currently back in Massachusetts, and I'm going to be starting law school this upcoming fall at Harvard Law School. And my fun fact is that I reread the entire Harry Potter series every winter. So I'm currently making my way through the 5th book, and I do it every single winter, and it's just something I do, and I really enjoy doing it. I never get bored of it. One thing I did want to just throw in and add is that it seems like there's a couple people who are interested in going to law school and applying to law school and stuff like that, / like are going to the undergrad but thinking about being a lawyer long term. So please do feel free to like get my contact information from Amy or Precious. I would love to help you out with your career. And even if you aren't going into law, if you just want to connect with like, I don't know, any blind people in your career field, I would love to help you like make that connection. So
Awesome. Thank you so much. And last but not least, feel free to call me out if I'm wrong about this. Zach.
Hi, hello. I'm Zach. I also go to Berkeley. I'm not majoring in anything at the moment, but I'm working on that. I'm in my fifth semester. I play piano and drums a little bit. Um, and I guess a fun fact about me, like Cullen, I also have a YouTube channel where I talk about music production and show people how I do that. So yeah, that's kind of about it.
Awesome. Well, welcome to everybody who's here for the first time, and I'm glad you're all
Precious,
here.
it looks like your 401 friend has returned.
401
So
friend. Okay,
if your
let's
401
see.
friend or Heather can unmute, I think they're the last two names on your list, my dear.
All right, thank you. All right, let's ask a 401 friend, as Elizabeth called. Let's try and unmute. All right.
Friendship is a beautiful thing, Precious. We embrace it in every aspect of life.
Absolutely. Okay, I've asked you to unmute.
We love technical difficulties.
All right.
You're a Russian spy.
Justin,
Hey,
yeah, you never know.
I'm the token Russian spy of the group. I said I didn't believe in facts.
Oh my goodness.
Hashtag
Okay.
Putin 2036.
I believe in making controversial statements.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy. All right, let's try Heather. And if anything, y'all can jump in and introduce yourself if we missed you and you haven't been heard and want to be heard. We've got, let's see, it's 12:47. So we have exactly
18 minutes.
18 minutes to hang out. So
I'm sure others will be filtering in as well, so be mindful.
yes.
Yeah.
I have a
This is the
question.
best.
I won't say
What's your
hashtag
question?
Putin 2036 again.
So I'm going back in the fall in August, and one of my first classes I have to take back in 10 years is anatomy.
Ooh.
So how, if anyone ever has taken anatomy, how do you guys done it? Like, this is my first time going to college as a blind person. I went blind 4 years ago, but I haven't been to school in 10 years. So the last time I was in
recommend
college
prayer.
was as a sighted person. So I don't know how to deal with anatomy and statistics.
I recommend
That's
prayer.
the two classes I have to come back to.
Are you taking it with a lab?
Yes, with a lab.
I think I can answer to this a little bit. I had to do biology as an undergrad, and we did a lot of anatomy in my biology. And I think if you can get Braille, it's super important. But if you can't, models. There are some really cool science models out there. Your school may already have some, but they may not. Depends on the school, but there are some really cool models that are well done, and you can distinguish the different parts. I saw a really cool model of a kidney, actually, which was very detailed. But some of them, especially some of the like brain models, for instance, are terrible. So that would be my first suggestion. See if your school has models that you can access.
And then
Yeah,
you
this
can
is-
work with when you are starting back your classes up again this upcoming fall, definitely make contact and open up a case with your school's disability services, and they should support you through your classes. So I know that, like, obviously going to school before you were blind and going to school after you're blind, those two are going to be really different. But the great thing is that we do have a bunch of blind people who have taken anatomy classes and a bunch of different science classes. Maybe if not in this particular small group, then Elizabeth could connect you with like a larger group of people who are like into science and engineering and all those different more like sciencey and perceived visually heavy things. I would recommend getting in touch with the Disability Services Office and seeing how they can help you. I think a lot of that class is going to be primarily memorization of terms and systems. So it's not going to be entirely visual, but then there are going to be visual aspects of it, of being able to label diagrams and stuff like that. So I think what your school should be able to do for you is like emboss images. So you'll be able to have like a tactile image of whichever body part you need to be able to understand. And if you don't have the ability as of right now to be able to label it yourself with Braille, it could even be as simple as you taking the written portion of the exam and then meeting with a TA or another staff member later on, and then going over the diagram and then saying like, okay, well, I know that this is the kidney and this is the heart and this is the lung and this is the femur, et cetera, et cetera. So there's definitely a lot of different creative ways to be able to overcome that. And I don't think it's something that you need to be worried about or concerned about. Now that you're going back to school as a blind student, I think it's something that you can definitely do.
How far in advance do I get these Braille books?
Now.
I'm working on it as soon as possible.
Now.
Yeah, I suggest that you reach out to disability services at your chosen school now. Like,
even though I don't know who my classes or my syllabus and all that are.
Yeah,
it's not until
I would
August.
start having those conversations about your concerns for accommodations now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's Stephanie.
I just wanted to say,
And
I just want to
Marinelle.
say real quick. One, even though you don't know the exact professor or how the syllabus, your disability office can contact the head of that department that's in charge of putting together the anatomy, and they can, give them an idea, possibly even give them advanced graphics. And because you'll likely have priority registration, they can work with the department head to determine which professor is going to be most cooperative with your accommodations ahead of time. So that way, when you're registering, you know exactly which section you have to pick. Second thing, if you're going to be doing more sciencey stuff, you may not need it for this class. I would place a request with your disability services to order something called My Lab Quest, and it's an accessible lab thing. It has all these probes and all kind of other stuff, and it's something that, like, even blind people practicing professional chemistry and physics and other things like that, and use on a daily basis. And it has the ability also to print out data sheets in graphics. So that way you can make them directly from the device in a format that your professor can easily read, and you don't have to be worried about going through some kind of tutor or something to do it for you.
God, I remember the lab quest. We used it in high school. That was a fun time. I hated biology, but it was fun.
I took anatomy in college, but it was without a lab. We did had a brain. I don't remember. It was a brain of a goat or something like that in class. But I will also reach out to like visually impaired library because they might have some textile like diagrams. I used like for the skeleton, the bones and everything. I used like a skeleton, like a Halloween skeleton kind of thing. And when I had really a lot of communication with my instructor, and for example, that time that he brought the brain after he was done with it and he did the class and everything, I stayed after class with him and I actually touched the brain, and I was able to like interact with it just one-on-one with the brain and the instructor and kind of go over what he was saying in class.
Marinella over here. I suggest National Braille Press. They also have a anatomy book that is tactile as well, and I think it's not too expensive either.
Oh yeah, NBP. That's a good resource. I would also say look at Bookshare. I mean, they won't have anything tactile, but they might have some science books that will have image descriptions. So that's like another resource you can use as well.
So this is Sam. I have not taken anatomy, but as I'm only a sophomore in college, the process of getting acquainted with new professors and getting accommodations all squared away is pretty fresh in my mind because I had to do it last year. And my suggestion is to both be very upfront with your disability office and make your needs very well known and make your if your school is anything like UMass Lowell, then you'll have a like accommodation letter that will get sent out to all your professors. Make that as specific as you possibly can, and even things that you might need but aren't sure if you will, put those in there too, just in case. Also, when you get your schedule and your syllabus, this is just me, but I found it helpful to email my professors directly. I'm also in smaller size classes. If this is a bigger lecture, then I don't really know how much this will help. But if you're in a sort of smaller anatomy class, in a smaller lab, then email the professor directly and sort of set up a meeting and go over with them. Hey, what are the different sections of the class? What are some things that might be challenging for me as somebody who is blind? And have you had any blind students in your classes before? Like questions like that, and just general sort of logistical things that would be good to talk to your professor, but like that the disability office might not know about because they don't run the class, So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, guys. A lot of great information. I wasn't expecting this many.
I think it's also really important, Stacy, for you to remember that, like Sam said, he's 2 years into college and like he's still getting used to the different processes. So don't feel like you have to know everything on day one. NABS is a great resource, and MassAbs and all these different state student divisions are a great resource to ask these questions, because I mean, case in point, you just got like so much information, and that's like from people who may have studied anatomy for a semester, let alone like majored in it. So there's always more information to be had, but show yourself a little grace. College is an adjustment, whether you're blind or sighted or any type of student. It's an adventure, so live it up, but show yourself some grace and you will inevitably succeed, because we've all got your back. So we're happy to provide any other info that you need, and I'm sure we can find some other resources for you in the National Student Division as well.
I definitely second reaching out. The listservs are great. Subscribe to them.
Yep.
That way you
There's
have
also
a quick and
Facebook
easy
pages, Facebook groups for NABs.
And
yes,
this
gotcha.
division's WhatsApp group.
Absolutely.
Yes, and we have the WhatsApp group. Precious or I, are happy to add anyone who still needs to be added. Feel free to let us know.
Here they come.
I know my contact information is on the at-large chapter page of our website, nfbma.org, because I am the president of the at-large chapter. So feel free to reach out to either one of us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Of course. Awesome. Well, looks like everybody's trickling back in.
Yeah.
Amy is now the captain of the ship. We have been
That's right.
stripped of
She's
our
back.
command.
We can't talk about her now.
I know.
Welcome back, Amy.
Like she's been here all along.
Good seeing you guys, all the students, and I look forward to getting to know you over the next 3 to 4 years of grad school.
Are you in the group yet, Justin?
Yes.
No, I need to be added. That's what I'm saying. I'm
just been
excited
added.
to.
Okay.
I'm also not in the group yet, but we can figure that out.
I will add you. Sir. I think you actually, Zach, you left, so I have to re-add you.
I didn't leave. What the hell?
It said you
Become one. Become one with the WhatsApp.
I had issues with my WhatsApp for a
right.
few.
Also, just
we can remedy this.
FYI,
I'll just
for
send it to you.
anyone who doesn't know, if the group does get chatty and it's distracting to you, and you don't have to leave, you can mute it and then check it out when you've got time. So if you're concerned about being spammed out, that's how you can manage it and still have it as a resource when and if you need it.
But remember to unmute it one day, because it's really sad when you just disappear.
That's depressing.
Justin, I would pity you in your feelings more, but we've known each other for like almost 10 years of our lives. And the other day it took you like 30 minutes to identify my voice in a Zoom meeting. So I felt personally attacked. And then for the
Elizabeth,
next
you know why
30
that
minutes,
is? You know why that
you
is,
just
Elizabeth?
cried all over my Grey's Anatomy obsession.
You know
That was
why it is,
hurtful.
Elizabeth? Because
Why, Justin?
you never text me, you never call, you never
Justin,
Facebook
you're sounding
message
very
me.
needy right now, and communication is a two-way
You guys
street.
just
okay?
remember, this is
Oh,
Amy. Just
man.
remember that other people are arriving. So if you don't want to, if you want to share your personal angst, you're certainly welcome to do so. Just be aware that there
We're
are
recovered,
other people
Amy, don't
joining in,
worry.
and we'll be starting in just a couple of minutes. So
Hey, Amy.
yeah.
Hey, it's Sean.
Hey.
Hey, real quick, I forgot. I need to give a shout out to a couple of folks. First of all, to Shane Lowe. Shane, I actually was one of his mentors when he won a NFB scholarship. So I just wanted to say hello to him. And then also I want to thank Justin. I got your email, Justin, and point well taken, my friend. And I thank you for that email as well. And by the way,
Sorry.
huh?
Sorry. If that was too combative, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Trust me, it made a lot of sense. And to Elizabeth, I got a bone to pick with NABS in general because I participated in the fantasy football league in the Mid-Atlantic one, and I lost in the championship, and I didn't receive any money.
Well, you lost to a 10-year-old, so
really?
Yeah, you lost to a 10-year-old, so he won the money, and you lost to a 10-year-old. So
wow,
you should know, Sean, that he brags to his entire family about beating Sean Calloway. Like, you are a legend in NABS fantasy football, and your legacy lives on, even if you won no money.
Well, I'm coming back for revenge.
Okay, deal. You can destroy the 10-year-old in round 2.
I will try.
He'll be 11 by then.
Okay, Syed, thanks.
Yep.
Wait, who just said they're going to destroy all of us? Did anyone else hear that?
Hey, everybody, let's get ready to convene the rest of the conference, the convention. We are going to start in 2 minutes. So if you need a bio break or whatever, or feel free to do that, but please get back at 1:05.
Amy.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else notices it, but I have a hard time hearing you. You sound like you're far away.
You're kidding. My God, nobody ever accuses me of not speaking loud enough.
Yeah, your audio is a bit quiet.
Yeah, it's a little far away-ish.
Is it any better?
Nope.
Leaning in.
No.
I'll try.
Yeah,
to
you
adjust.
sounded better this morning, but as the morning went on, it sounds like you're so far away.
I'm 2 inches away from the computer.
Go to your Zoom
Sounds fine.
preferences and turn up your volume. That's probably what's going on.
Okay, let me go do that. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, kids. Well, it's been fun.
Who you calling a kid?
Don't worry. I call everyone kid. It's totally fine. No,
Zach, I'm adding you to the group now, by the way.
I just had to pick on you, Zach.
Yeah, I'll talk to all of you in the WhatsApp group, whoever are there.
Yeah, guys, we'll chat in the group.
I'll share my epically bad music with you guys and make you critique it. That's what I'm gonna do.
I'll critique it for you.
Good.
Is that any better?
What I need.
Is that any
Yeah, that
different?
sounds better.
A little better, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Welcome back. I hope some of you at least got some nourishment and were able to get some lunch. Sorry we couldn't do our usual box lunch mad dash, but next year will be coming before you know it. So I want to welcome everybody back, and we're going to start. Kevin, if you would please mute all of our participants. And hello. Okay. I'm not sure what that was, but let's mute all of our participants, please. And we are going to start this afternoon's proceedings with a musical selection from Lena Bandy.
Sorry, one more lean. There you go.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute and then was being unmuted at the same time, so I had to press a couple times. Okay. The song I'm going to sing is The River, and Garth Brooks sang it, and it's about, following your dreams and continuing to move forward. So, a dream is like a river, ever changing as it flows, and the dream is just a vessel that must follow where it goes, trying to learn from what's behind you, and never knowing what's in store makes each day a constant battle just to stay between the shores. And I will sail my vessel till the river runs dry, like a bird upon the wind. These waters are my sky, I'll never reach my destination if I never try, so I will sail my vessel till the river runs dry. Too many times we stand aside, let the water slip away, and what we put off till tomorrow has now become today. So don't you sit upon the shoreline and say you're satisfied. Choose to chance the rapids and dare to dance the tide. And I will sail my vessel till the river runs dry, like a bird upon the wind. These waters are my sky, I'll never reach my destination if I never try, so I will sail my vessel till the river runs dry. Oh, there's bound to be rough waters, and I know I'll take some falls, but with the good Lord as my captain, I can make it through them all. And I will sail my vessel till the river runs dry, like a bird upon the wind. These waters are my sky, I'll never reach my destination if I never try, so I will sail my vessel till the river runs dry. I will sail my vessel till the river runs dry.
Thank you very much. That was great.
Thank you.
Amy's muted.
Amy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, there you are.
Thank goodness. After all that, when I was speaking so nicely. Okay, so thank you to Lena. That was beautiful. One of my favorite songs, actually. So thank you for that lovely rendition. And if the door prize folks are here, I have a bit of an update. We did have one person call in during the time. Francisco Souza did claim his prize. So congratulations to Francisco. So we have a couple of door prizes to try to give away. So if our door prize chairs, Lorna and Margaret, want to do that, I would love it.
Right, sure. All right. So the next door prize is a $20 cash gift. So the winner is Denise Brown.
Denise is here.
Denise, congratulations. And our next prize is another $20 cash prize. And our next winner is Alex Fox.
Fox, are you here? I didn't see him in the list when last I looked.
I don't believe Mr. Fox is in the room.
Okay, well, Alex, if you happen to be here, call 781-267-4432 within the next 5 minutes. And let's do another prize, please. p.m. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Lorna's muted.
Sorry about that. Minor technical difficulty. We have another door prize, $20 cash gift. And our next winner is George Camara or Camara.
George, are you here? I know he's registered, but I'm not sure he's here. George, if you are here, please call my cell number or let yourself be known. I'm having trouble giving those prizes away this afternoon. People must be having late lunches. All right, let's do it one more time before we move forward.
All right, another prize?
Sure.
It's a $25 gift card to Costco. And hold on 2 seconds. I just have to double check my hat here, or my virtual hat to pull the prize out. All right, Olivia Leger.
Is Olivia here? Olivia's a student. Olivia, if you're here, please make yourself known.
If you dial in, it's *9.
Yeah, *9 on the phone or Alt-Y. If you're on a PC, Command, what is it, Command Y? If you're on a Mac?
On a Mac, it's, I believe, Command something else.
It's Option Y.
Option Y. Thank
okay,
you.
Thank you.
Command Option Y. Okay, well, we will see if any of those folks call in or make themselves heard in the next few minutes. But I want to move on without further ado to ask Cheryl Winton for our next introduction. Cheryl?
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for coming back and hope you had a good lunch and hope you've had really fun, a lot of fun so far. Our next person on the original agenda, you saw that it was going to be Ayanna Presley, but unfortunately she wasn't able to meet with us. But we have asked another wonderful young man who is the epitome of what the NFB stands for, a blind person who is truly living the life he wants. He went to Boston College, Boston University, and then he went to Suffolk University Law School, and he has worked for our previous governor, Deval Patrick, and he currently works for the mayor of Boston now, Marty Walsh. and he is doing great things. He's a former NFB scholarship winner. And he, again, like I said, he is truly showing us all that being blind is not the characteristic that holds you back. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you very much. Before I get too far in, can you guys hear me? Because I've done this before. Okay, great. I've done 90 seconds on mute, and so I'm trying to kick off with my actually being heard. But first of all, thank you all for this opportunity. I'm very grateful. Shara, for the invitation. I know we connected over the phone about a week or two ago, and it was great to connect. Amy, thank you for all the work that you do, although following up Lena, I think, is one of the harder things I've had to do on this campaign so far. So if I come back, I'd like a little bit of a separation between me and that type of singing performance. But, first, obviously, I hope everybody's doing well. It's obviously a very hard time, both locally and nationally. And so hope everybody is holding up in these times. And I want to thank the NFB. As mentioned, I was a recipient of a scholarship back in 2002 when the convention was in Louisville. And, I think, like myself, the NFB has always been a place that shows people who are blind and visually impaired, what's possible. And, in a world where sometimes, we don't always know what's possible when we lose our vision. We may not be surrounded by people who are blind. People may question what's possible for us. So want to thank the NFB in particular. It's always dangerous to name names, but Dr. David Tiki really was somebody at a young age that took me under his wing, and I'm always so grateful for him for all that he did for me, in college and beyond. I'm not sure if David's on. I'm assuming he probably is, knowing him, but thank him. And yeah, so as mentioned, my name is Alex Gray. I live in Jamaica Plain with my wife, Lauren, and our cat, Gadsby. I am running for one of the 4 at-large city council seats on the Boston City Council this coming fall. And, for me, I'm running for this office because my work has taken me to every single neighborhood in the city of Boston. It's given me the opportunity to listen to the stories of so many people. And, I think Boston's at its best when everybody has the ability to contribute. And, for me, the way that I came to that conclusion or found that was always through listening. And, I was not a great listener when I was born. I was born fully sighted, and my wife will sometimes go back to my home in Quincy and watch videos, and I was running around the house, hitting everything that didn't move with a wiffle ball bat. And I assure you that if I had not gone blind, I would not be a great listener. But I have seen in my life and in my work time and time again how truly important listening is. And I think there's 2 components of that: the importance of being listened to, and then what you gain from listening to others. And for me, I saw at a very young age the importance of being listened to. Now, I started to lose my vision when I was in elementary school, and I went from sort of being Alex who could see to Alex who was blind. And not that transition was always easy or perfect, but they knew me. And so I remained in the class, and everything was different, but I was able to be welcomed. But that really started to change as I graduated elementary school and I entered middle school. And, even before I was given an opportunity to prove myself, to show that I could succeed in a traditional classroom, there was pushback from teachers saying, I don't feel comfortable with this student in my classroom. What about this? I don't think this is going to work, so on and so forth. But, I had a family that listened to me, they knew me, and they fought for me. And I was ultimately able to stay and succeed in that classroom and, truly changed my life. It was one of those fork in the road moments where my life could have gone in one direction, but I had parents and, family who listened to me, and I was able to stay and succeed. And I graduated high school in the public schools as the president of my senior class. So that example that I just am pointing out really showed me that, people at different points in their lives need to be listened to, and they have potential, they have something to contribute. And it takes people that can sort of take the time and give people a chance to really open doors for them. And, in my work, I started working in housing, and, I thought about housing as sort of, 4 walls and a key in the door. But, when I talked to people facing homelessness, what I found so often was that there was so much more to it. There was mental health as a component. There was addiction and substance abuse as a component. There was injustices within the criminal justice system that played a role in it. When I worked for Governor Patrick, we helped to launch the Fairmount line, the commuter rail. And, I thought of it as tracks in a train getting from A to B. But, what we began to find out in the conversations with folks in the neighborhood is that transportation's about neighborhood equity. It's about climate and environmental justice. It's about racial justice, serving all folks in the city who need to get from point A to point B. And in my current work for Mayor Walsh, I had the opportunity to help launch Boston's first ever tuition-free community college plan. And again, we had a good plan at the beginning, free tuition, free mandatory fees for qualifying students. But it really wasn't until we got into the schools. And I remember distinctly being at Fenway High and guidance counselor sort of pulling me to the side and saying, I don't want to offend you. I love this program, but you need to understand that I just spoke to a student who's thinking about going to college, but they couldn't figure out how they could afford books. They didn't know how they'd get the technology that they needed. They weren't sure, that their free T-Pass through the Boston Public Schools was about to expire. And, I took that feedback back to the mayor and my boss, and we added a stipend to the program. We went from 50 kids being served to over 500. So, in my life, again, but for the fact that I went blind, I would not have been a good listener, but that ability to listen has served me time and time again. And so, I'm excited at this opportunity. I think we have the potential in Boston. As a city council, we have gained a reputation as being a diverse body. We have started to elect folks from all different backgrounds, all different races, genders, and sexual orientations. And I think one piece to add to that is people with disabilities. And, I think all of us know that people with disabilities have unique talents and perspectives. I've talked about listening. I think empathy is often something that we bring. I think patience, I think loyalty, all those factors. We have so much to contribute, but I think we could all agree that so often we are not at the tables where conversations are made. So, I think we have the opportunity here in Boston to bring disability to the table. And I think if we do that, I think we can say confidently that we would have the most diverse and representative city councilor in America. So again, I'm really excited to be here. If time allows, I'm happy to take questions, but that's a little bit about me. And again, I'm very happy to be here.
Great. Thank you so much. I somewhat appreciate you joining us. And do we have questions? Okay.
I have a question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
This is Earl, because I don't have that raised hand thing. Alex, how difficult is it for you to run a campaign? How's it been?
Sure, I appreciate it. What's your name?
Earl Williams.
Earl? Okay. No, thank you for that, Earl. Campaigns aren't easy, and they're not easy for anybody. And so, I think it requires a lot of planning. It requires a lot of phone calls. It requires a lot of continually asking people for things, even when you don't want to ask people for things. So, I think that piece is hard generally. Speaking specifically to being blind, I think, in the time of COVID, I think there's been some pluses and minuses in terms of being somebody who's blind. Obviously on a Wednesday, if I'm doing a Zoom event with the Hyde Park Civic Association at 6, and then, I'm supposed to be on with the East Boston Ward 1 Democrats at 6:30. I'm just, closing one Zoom and opening another Zoom. So, I think that piece, obviously, I don't have a driver's license. I keep trying to get one every year, but they won't give me one for some reason. And so, I think that's a plus. I mean, there are some technology pieces. My wife is very patient and is often sort of, around or right next to me during the Zooms, because, sometimes depending on how the settings are, each meeting tends to be run a little bit differently. Sometimes you start on mute, sometimes you start with the camera on. So, I have given speeches with the camera off by accident. I have, as I said at the beginning, started talking and, 70 seconds later realized I was on mute. So, that piece is complicated at times. And, we'll see. I don't know if this is going to be a fully virtual campaign, or I don't know if the public health will improve to the point that we'll get out, knocking on doors and going into businesses and things like that. But, so far in the virtual setting, I think there's been kind of pluses and minuses.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. My wife tells me that Jeanette might have a question.
Yeah, Jeanette Kutash.
I have a question.
Jeanette?
Oh, my apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hi, Jeanette.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm very well. I hope you are as well. This is the second time I've heard you speak, and the second time I've been very pleased to hear what you've had to say. My question to you is, I will preface it by saying in my younger years, the Boston City Council was instrumental in fighting for the disabled in a facility where I worked and did a phenomenally good job. So they really are flexible, and it's great to see. How can we as a disabled community best support you in your candidacy? What would be most helpful for us to do?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question, and glad to connect with you again. So, I would say a couple things. Obviously, my website is www.votealexgray, and that's ALEXGRAY.com. My wife, I think, will put that in the chat. The chat's not available. Okay, sorry. So it's VOTEALEXGRAY.com is our website. So check it out if you want to sign up, to learn more about the campaign. As time goes on, we will need people, to make phone calls. If you have friends or family or coworkers or people that you even barely know, but you have a way to contact them, I would appreciate that, you share information about our campaign. We were just on WBZ Channel 4 for about a 90-second segment, which I think is powerful in that. And, there's one other piece of this, I think, in terms of the disability community, that I'm finding is, I'm blind and I have that as a disability. And, we represent a percentage of the overall, say 20 to 25% of the disability community. But, I think if we're ever going to be seen as a powerful influence or participant in politics, if you will, I think we need to be unified. And, I think I've talked to a lot of folks that have been interested in this campaign, statewide elected officials, some federal officials, and they're interested in seeing what the disability community will do in a race like this as they think about other races. So what I'm trying to say is, I think as a group of blind individuals on this call, we need to see in the fact that there is, lack of, wheelchair ramps in a building. We need to see a commonality in people struggling with that issue. If somebody can't get access to mental health treatments, we need to see in that struggle that we're a part of that struggle because we're a larger community, that being the disability community. And I think, if we unify in that respect, I think 26% of adults are considered to be in the disability community. I think we will over time be seen as a force. And, I think the disability community is credited by a lot of people when the Affordable Care Act was really on the line as stepping up and really saving it. So there's been some examples in the past, but I don't think there's been nearly enough. So I guess those are the two things, getting involved with my campaign, would love to have your support. And then secondarily, really looking at the disability community broadly and seeing the power that could come from unifying it as a force of political influence. Does that make sense?
Yes, it definitely does.
We have Kobina.
Hi, thank you very much. Actually, I was going to raise part of the question that Janet just raised. The second part of my question is about, all right, so that question was going to be you not having actually asked for people to vote for you, but which you've now addressed in a way by telling us your plans for people to be involved in your campaign. That's one. The second question is about the at-large seats that you're running for. You said it's one of four. I don't know how much time you have, but if you can just talk a little bit about how that particular at-large system works. I know that precincts or whatever the districts, and then there's that large. Can you just touch on a little bit on that? Thanks.
Sure. Hi. Absolutely. Kubana, nice to hear your voice again. There are 13 Boston City councilors. 9 of them are called district councilors, and they, think about a pie. They each have, 1/9 of the pie. At large is a little bit different. There's 4 of them, and they represent the whole city. And that was important to me, both, I think because of the work that I've done is citywide, and I think also the lived experience. I think it would be great for everybody in the city of Boston to have somebody with the lived experience of a disability representing them. And so, like I said, all 4 of them are on the ballot in the fall. There'll be a preliminary election in September. After that, 8 or less candidates, if say 12 candidates make the ballot, the top 8 will move on to November, and the top 4 would go into office next January. So, it's a unique race. We'd love to finish as high as possible. 1 would be great, 2 would be great, 3 would be great, and 4 would be great. We would, anything less than 4, you don't get elected. So not as great.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sherry had a question. Yep.
This will be the last question.
Okay. Alex, I was just wondering, with your experience with the NFB and having a vision disability yourself and being blind, how the NFB helped form your self-advocacy and running for office, if it did, and what way the NFB affected that choice.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I think, I've had the chance to go to a lot of state conventions. I was with you guys in East Boston last year at the hotel, I remember. And, I remember being in Louisville. Like I said, I was heading into college, and then I've been to Atlanta and Washington seminar. So, I think the NFB, showed me that it's absolutely correct that, people who are blind have a voice, and they have a right to advocate for what they want and what they need. And, I think you don't need to apologize for that. And, whether it's, I know some of the bills that I've worked on over the years, like minimum volume levels on, quiet car type things, or whether it's, access to textbooks or what have you. I know there's been some advocacy for tax credits for assistive technology. These are all things that make a full life. They allow us to do the things we want to do, to afford the things we want to do, and that there's nothing wrong in advocating for what you want and what you need. And I guess that has been what I've learned from the NFB. At least that's the initial thing that pops up in my mind.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to move on, and I'm going to report Denise Brown also texted me to guarantee that we know she's here, and we do. And also Alex Fox called in, and so he is a door prize winner. Before we go to our next panel, could we please have another door prize or a retake of the door prizes that were not claimed?
Yeah, hi, this is Margaret. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, we didn't, Precious's download of the holiday song single was not taken, so we're going to offer that again. And the person who's got the chance of getting it this time is Carol Northrup.
Carol Northrup, I do not believe she's in the room. But Carol, if you're there, Carol, if you're there,
Call
please
in.
call 781-267-4432 in the next 4 minutes. Let's draw another one.
Okay, $20 gift, $20 to Sydney Matheson.
Sydney Matheson, are you here? Don't see any raised hands. Okay.
Okay.
Let's try one more.
Okay, the next one, another $20. Izzy Premu? I might have said that wrong.
Izzy Primo.
Primo.
Izzy,
Yeah,
are you
Primo.
here? I saw her earlier. Izzy, if you are here, please contact me, 781-267-4432, or raise your hand. Okay, so we'll wait for those folks and see. I want to introduce our next panel. As many of you know, the NFB, I think one of the things I'm proud of as a board member of the NFB is that when things come up, we try to address the issues as actively and as constructively as possible. There has been increased concern and discussion around prior sexual abuse suffered in NFB centers, at conventions, and within the organization. And we thought this was an important topic to discuss. And we are joined this afternoon by two members of the Survivors Task Force, Catherine Webster and Sarah Meyer. So I'd like your attention, and please let's welcome Sarah and Catherine.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Amy. Just whoever is host, if there's any interest, we are going to have a little bit of an open Q&A towards the end of our piece. So if folks are more comfortable using the chat, is that an option or no? And if so, let me know how that would go. Otherwise, we can just allow for raised hands.
I can check the chat if people know how to chat. Yeah.
Disabling the chat because it get people using.
Of course.
You know how that goes.
Okay, perfect. Absolutely. I figured, just want to check. Awesome. So good afternoon, everyone. I know a few folks on the line in my experience visiting the Massachusetts Convention. So happy to be back speaking to all of you. And thank you, Amy, for making it a priority in your convention and as well as your position on the board. We are very grateful. Sarah Meyer is also on the line. So I'll briefly introduce myself and then pass it over to Sarah. So as I mentioned, my name's Catherine Webster. I live right outside the DC area in Northern Virginia. And full-time, I work at a consulting firm. And outside of work, I run one of our youth programs for the Virginia affiliate. I am very grateful to be on the task force, not grateful necessarily for the work that's ahead of us, but I'm grateful that the organization is taking steps to address misconduct and abuse, as it is a necessary systemic organizational issue. So please do as Amy said, please be aware and actively listening throughout our piece. We're excited to share information with all of you and eager also to hear your questions. I'll pass it over to you, Sarah.
Awesome. Thanks, Catherine. And thank you as well to Amy and everyone who has welcomed us to be a part of your convention. I was looking through the agenda and was like, gosh, they have it going on. You guys have a lot of great stuff happening. So I'm really honored to get to share this time and space with you all. My name is Sarah Meyer, and I currently live in Muncie, Indiana. I just graduated with my master's in clinical mental health counseling and am transitioning from working for a crisis and suicide hotline to joining a group private practice in Indianapolis. So I'll be moving to Indianapolis to become a mental health therapist. And so that's a little bit about me. I've been a member of the NFB since 2012, and I'm really grateful to the NFB for creating the Survivor Task Force and the other efforts that they're taking to respond and proactively address these issues. I am a survivor and really grateful to get to share my or use my experiences as a survivor to help inform what is happening. So as we get started, I just want to preface the conversation with a content warning, and I'll explain what that is in a second, but just a content warning that we are discussing. We're going to be mentioning conversations that are difficult. It contains some emotionally sensitive topics, including sexual assault, sexual misconduct, various forms of abuse, and just want to give that caveat. A content warning, basically, for those who may not be familiar with it, is a trauma-informed way to let people know in our communications that, hey, I'm going to talk about something that is potentially emotionally sensitive or triggering to some individuals. And what a content or trigger warning does is allow people who have experienced issues related to these topics to mentally prepare themselves, or if they need to step away for the conversation, they can do that, or if they need to kind of do some grounding or help themselves feel safe and connected in the moment to do that. So it's a way to let victims or survivors of difficult experiences know that that we're going to be talking about some things that may stir up some difficult memories or experiences for them. And this is just the simple communication of giving a content warning is one example of the type of cultural shift that we are working towards within the Survivor Task Force and within the NFB. So this is a culture shift that really takes all of our participation and awareness. So just wanted to give that as an example. That's one of the things that we're working towards, is building more awareness within ourselves and within our organization of the different experiences that each of us all carry when we come into a room or a Zoom space or an event. That, we talk about living the lives we want, and part of that means honoring where we've come from, and some of that includes painful experiences both within and outside of our organization. So just wanting to honor that. So I hope that's helpful as an explanation. So
thank you, Sarah, for explaining that. So I can jump into some of the reasons why we got here. So organizationally speaking, and also just societally speaking, there are instances of harm that's being done, misconduct that's being committed, and folks being hurt by that and ingraining it, in ourselves. So basically, organizationally, we have taken a charge to address some of these misconducts, and that both includes sexual and non-sexual. So discrimination, conflict of interest, abuse of power, things like that, anything that can be highlighted within our code of conduct. And just as a FYI, if you have not read the code of conduct, and all of us should be acquainted with some of the sections on it, please do go visit nfb.org/code-of-conduct. It's really important that we're armed as members and leaders to know what the code actually entails. So ever since January 1st, there are 3 big areas where we've taken organizational steps to address this change. The first is partnering with RAIN, which is a national nonprofit based out of the DC area that focuses on abuse, incest, misconduct, very much in the sexual misconduct space. The second is hiring a third-party investigator. And the third one is appointing the survivor-led task force. So I'll hit upon the first two and pass it over to Sarah for the task force piece. What we're partnering with RAIN on is a few things. The most immediate is around training. So as I'm sure many are aware, our leaders are required to take training between the months of March and July. And what that training entails is sexual misconduct, trauma-informed, understanding consent and what that means. And it's a 3-hour training that all leaders in the categories I'm about to share are required to take and be evaluated on. So the rationale here is we want to hold our leaders accountable, and we only can if we're aware that steps are being taken for that accountability. So the folks who are going to be in this first phase, and I want to emphasize that because there is going to be several other efforts trickling down once this first phase is completed. But the first phase of training is going to be for all affiliate boards, national division boards, our national board, the National Center staff, NFB Training Center student, staff, and board members, the 2021 Scholarship Committee, and then, of course, the task force. So the 6 of us on the task force. So that'll be the first wave of training. That's going to happen through March and July. All people who go through this training will receive an evaluation, must take that evaluation in a certain time period. And again, this is all around the accountability piece. The second piece of RAIN that we're partnering with is working on our code of conduct processes and procedures. So really digging from the ground up in terms of what our organization should be highlighting in our code of conduct and how we should handle it in a trauma-informed way. So those who are harmed feel comfortable going through the process, trying our best to eliminate intimidation tactics and things like that. And of course, at the end of the day, we all need to realize that if someone wants to report, whether through law enforcement, through, the organizational code of conduct, it is on all of our own decision. So it is not someone's choice. If I want to report someone, it's my choice. And us trying to emphasize that through the process, how we can start not encouraging, but allowing, is by having a process that's welcoming and inviting and comforting and empathetic for those who are involved. The second piece is third-party investigators. So when we stood up the code of conduct in 2018, we of course have our general counsel, and we had an investigatory committee handling the grievances that were filed. As of the beginning of 2021, we've hired an external third-party investigator. The company is Tanya Banya, LLC, and it's a law firm based out of Baltimore. They are going to be handling all grievances in terms of reviewing them. So while they may only be investigating, more formally speaking, some of the more severe instances, they will be the first folks reviewing when code of conduct grievances are filed. And that's a really important piece where we're not feeling as though folks who are reviewing our cases are either, friends with the abuser, whatever it is. It removes that conflict of interest that creates a lot of comfort. So that started in January and is the interim process right now until we have a concrete long-term plan for having a third-party investigator involved. The one other update I wanted to share is how our current code reads. We welcome instances of misconduct within a year of reporting. And then it says something around special circumstances allow for it to be greater than a year. That guidance has been lifted until August 1st. So from now until August 1st, if you have been harmed by anyone within the organization or previously in the organization, if it happened within an NFB space in any way, shape, or form, and you would like to report, we are welcoming all grievances between now and August 1st. Always open to talk more about what all of that means in terms of if you do want to take that step in terms of reporting, but I'm going to pass it over to Sarah to explain the task force efforts.
Awesome. Thanks, Catherine. So the survivor-led task force is currently a group of 6 women. It's me, Sarah Meyer, Catherine Webster, and then the others who are not currently on this call. are Daphne Mitchell, Cheryl Fields, Briley O'Connor, and Marcy Carpenter. And we have all identified as survivors. This is basically, this has been created to make sure that any efforts or changes that are made are really having the voices of survivors at the forefront. And you can get more information about us and get to know us a bit through visiting our website, nfb.org/survivors. And Catherine will talk a little bit more about how to get in contact with us. But some of the tasks that we have ahead of us are getting feedback and recommendations from survivors and allies and members and non-members as well, and giving guidance on training and culture shift and how to make sure that these changes that are happening within our organization, such as reviewing the code of conduct and revising it, are truly trauma informed and honoring the needs of victims and survivors. So we have 3 branches that we have created to kind of guide our work. We've kind of subdivided our work because there is a lot of work ahead of us. So we've divided it into training and culture, procedures and oversight, and communications and engagement. And so training and culture really is looking at kind of what we've talked about a little bit about making sure that our culture is becoming more trauma informed and honoring consent, really creating a culture of consent among all of us. And also working on the training piece of how do we make sure that this training is getting into the hands of everyone, and that leaders are held accountable, and making sure that the training is sustainable and ongoing. And then procedures and oversight is really looking at the pieces surrounding the code of conduct and the procedures for filing a grievance, to how that is communicated to the parties involved, and also providing oversight to our training centers and any people affiliated with the organization. And then Catherine, do you want to talk about the communications and engagement?
Yeah, absolutely. So our third branch, in which Marcy Carpenter and Daphne Mitchell are spearheading, is all around internal communication. So making sure that we are, as the task force, being transparent to members and non-members. So really anyone in the blindness community. And the engagement piece of it is ensuring that we're hearing folks' voices. So if that means making sure the frequently asked questions is being shared widely with everyone, so everyone has access in whatever way it, accommodates their needs, that's happening. Also making sure updates are posted on websites and social media, making sure that, like today, we're present with all of you sharing what's going on. So a big piece around being transparent with our efforts, but also fielding information from the blindness community on how we can do better. So it's not just 6 voices making change, it's as many voices as those who want to be involved are contributing to this long-term change. So really happy that all of our branches we work closely together. We welcome anyone, whether an ally, survivor, member, non-member, to be involved in our efforts. And to let us know if you want to be involved, you would email either survivors@nfb.org, so survivors plural, @nfb.org, or like Sarah mentioned, visiting our website, nfb.org/survivors. That will have the registration links for our frequent branch calls and for just a heads up, we have training and culture tomorrow afternoon. So if you are interested in getting involved in that specific branch, the next call will be tomorrow. And you also can call us if you'd like to leave a voicemail for us at the national office, extension 2238. And just for full transparency, the only folks that have access to any of these means are the task force members, so the 6 that Sarah highlighted. For immediate next steps, our 3 branches are working on making sure there's, of course, the evaluation piece of the upcoming trainings, as well as national convention trainings that's open to all members and leaders, non-members, convention attendees, etc. Also making sure that we're reviewing the code of conduct as it currently stands and working hand in hand with RAIN on making sure the recommendations are what's best for the NFB and 100% for the blindness community. We also are working on feedback forms so folks can share both anonymous and non-anonymous feedback with us. So the direction is, again, not solely on our shoulders, but optimizing everyone's experiences. Something that I just want to add before we open it for Q&A is that we are all a part of this change. And what we often tell folks when we're sharing this is, whether you're a survivor, a victim, an ally, someone who doesn't understand misconduct in general, or who, quite frankly, doesn't care, we're all a part of this change, and it's on all of us to educate ourselves, but also to ask questions. It's, of course, a very vulnerable conversation. It's something that makes many people uncomfortable, I'm sure, including Sarah and myself, but they're conversations that need to happen if we do want to see change and to be the most welcoming and inviting organization. So I challenge everyone who maybe doesn't care or doesn't understand to take those steps in trying to understand what misconduct is. I can tell you there are several, survivors and victims who didn't understand the impact until it happened to them. And of course, that's the, natural human reaction to experiences that are traumatic. So everyone challenge yourself to be empathetic, to push yourself a little bit into understanding that this is not just a survivor and victim reaction. This is an organizational change that we all need to be a part of in order for it to be sustainable. So I would love to open it. I know we're a little bit tight on time, but would love to address any questions. And of course, the conversation doesn't stop today, but Amy, is it okay if we take a couple?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Any questions? And while we're waiting for questions, appreciate your candor and your leadership. So thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
There are 2 questions that we kind of have been hearing again and again at chapter and affiliate meetings. Do you mind if we maybe jump into those to spark? Perfect. So Sarah, I'll ask this for you. Often I hear that consent means one must say no. Do you mind explaining a little bit about what consent means?
Yeah, so so consent is actually not just saying no, or it's not just outright saying no or stop. That makes me uncomfortable. It can also be verbal or nonverbal cues, like pulling away or just not agreeing to do something. Or for example, there's a really great video on YouTube that I highly recommend. It's called Tea Consent, like TEA. And it talks about this analogy of offering someone tea. And, someone may say, yes, I would love a cup of tea, but then change their mind by the time it's ready. And so consent is something that is fluid. And it also is something that is voluntary and freely given. So if I'm asked to do something, I have to be the one who's agreeing to do it. I can't feel pressured or coerced by someone. If I'm coerced by someone or doing it under intimidation or pressure, then that's not really consent. Also, if I'm a minor, I'm not able to consent to sexual activity. But even just thinking about, we all as blind people experience consent violations just in society, just when we're out in public trying to do our thing and someone comes up and grabs us without asking our permission. That is a violation of our boundaries and consent. So, if someone is asleep or incapacitated or anything like that, that is not actually consent, because you're not able to freely agree to something. So, shameless, or actually kind of, I don't know, plug, our blog, the Nation's Blind blog, is going to be having a post coming out written by yours truly on consent in just a couple days. So that'll have some great links and resources to it as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Sarah. And one thing to piggyback off of that is some folks are saying, are we trying to create this culture of like statue-like humans? And that's not it at all. An example that I use is, would you go up and hug and kiss a stranger randomly? Probably not, or I hope not, right? So when folks say, I hug everyone, and I am definitely one person that says I hug everyone. And it's me then thinking, okay, do I hug everyone, or do I hug everyone that I know is okay with that? And it's the latter. So it's really being more intentional on, if I'm walking up to a stranger, instead of assuming that it's okay, me just saying, hey, is it okay if I give you a hug? If it's someone who I hug all the time, different conversation, but making sure that there's always that space for, if it's not welcomed, that we're being receptive to it and actively trying to be receptive to it, not just always assuming, we can take whatever action we want.
Exactly. Important points. One more time, if there is a question. If not,
We have some hands up. We've got Lorna.
Okay, Lorna, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this presentation this afternoon, and I think it's an important thing. And actually, you just answered one of my questions, which was in regards to what consent would constitute. My other question I'd like to ask is, in what ways will the Commission work towards raising awareness throughout the organization? Will there be any training sessions? Will there be workshops along the way? And then also my other question would be, when we're thinking of children underage, will there be any training to help young people get a sense and understand that they can say no, they can, if they're feeling uncomfortable, how can they approach this? Whom can they talk to? And how can we help adults kind of see when things are happening, whether it's to a child or to another fellow adult, a colleague, if you will, or even just another federationist? Thank you.
Those are great questions. Thank you so much for speaking up. I'll address it best I can, and then Sarah, chime in if you have anything to add, of course. So in terms of training, it is really important that we have frequent and often, and optional always, in terms of, the blindness community. So while phase 1 is required for leaders, we are continuously pushing for the requirement for any elected role to have to take trainings, but of course, making sure there's also workshops and trainings optional to the entire blindness community. So something Sarah and I are working on is opportunities during national convention for, say, empowerment, consent awareness, controlled consent, and understanding how we can draw boundaries ourselves, but also then on the flip side of that, understanding what is right and wrong, what is assault, what's harassment, things like that. So while national convention in this first phase 1 for this year are the first baby steps being taken, our goal is to have frequent and constant trainings offered to everybody on an annual basis. And of course, it's not, okay, Sarah and I can take one training and now we're good for life. It's making sure every year we're taking that training, refreshing ourselves, forcing ourselves to be kept in on the latest that's going on. So that's definitely top of mind for us. Sarah, I don't know if you want to hit upon the youth piece.
Yeah, I think that's something that we are definitely looking at too, is it's a good thing for us to be thinking about of how do we maybe in some of our youth programming educate youth about what consent is and autonomy over their bodies and boundaries and different things like that. And that is something that we are looking at and starting to have conversations with leaders of some of the youth programs that we run. So these are conversations that are happening and work that I think would really fall under the training and culture branch. And we would definitely welcome your ideas if you'd like to participate, because we definitely can't get the work done alone.
We have another question.
Doreen.
Hi, am I muted? I am not muted. My name's Doreen Cornwell, and I'm from Seattle, and I'm really impressed by the comprehensiveness of this. I have several questions, but two I'm going to stick to. One is, does your survivors task force include any male survivors? Because that's probably a zone that's really tricky, but important not to forget. And the other piece is, do you think you're going to be able also just to educate RAIN about the particular needs of blind people?
Such great questions. So the male question has been asked a lot. And for those who know me, I'm pretty direct. So this is what I'll say. We 1000% have men involved in all of our branches. And in an ideal world, we'd have the task force representative of every background we possibly could. I know in terms of us being able to make change quickly before National Convention and be properly reactive to recent events, President Riccobono was very intentional on making sure that our task force is diverse as it could be, because it is a very tolling role, right? Like all of us have to be public facing survivors, sharing our story, being vulnerable, admitting or owning up to or identifying as a survivor. And our goal was to get the people who have been vocal, who have been interested, and who have the expertise to drive some of these efforts forward. But a big piece of that is Sarah and I, and this falls under training and culture again, are armed with having to develop a long-term structure. So this task force is interim and it is only until National Convention. And then it's on us to make recommendations on what long-term looks like. And that is, of course, stretching identities beyond the 6 women that are on it right now. So no, there's not a man on the task force right now, but that is not for any other reason than making sure that we're armed with the experiences and as diverse as we could be, given how public facing it is, and also being aware that, you know, if you have a man who wants to be involved in our efforts, we are 100% open to it. And we're making sure that all of our branches are intentionally working with other genders that, of course, that aren't just women, to be all encompassing of voices.
I'm trying to remember what the second question. Oh,
sorry, I forgot you didn't get the second part yet.
Oh, okay. I remember what it is now. Yeah. So we are working with RAIN because we definitely have been concerned about that as well, just to make sure, like, yeah, they're the experts on anti-sexual violence, but they are not the experts on blindness. And so that's something that we are working on as a task force is, you know, we can offer them expertise on blindness and the nuances that can happen, you know, for, I guess, discussing the culture that can lead to instances of misconduct or abuse, such as the fact that, you know, as blind people, we have been taught by society that we don't necessarily have the right to autonomy and our own bodies and boundaries and consent and things like that. And and we haven't had probably very equal access to sex education growing up and different things like that. So we are working with RAIN to address that piece.
Thank you for those questions.
And Jeanette?
My question is about the rollout for people who will be involved. Will groups be contacted individually if you're on one of the named groups between now and July, or will people sign up as they're available?
If you're, sorry, Jeanette, to clarify, if you're one of the leaders that has to get trained?
Correct.
So that, great question. The first two trainings are full, so they all have capacity restrictions. And I'm sure Amy can give the affiliate board or whatever additional guidance, but ultimately there will be a sign up process, and that sign up process will involve your own, email, so you can be a part of receiving the evaluations. There's also the pre and post training component. So more communication will be shared with you, but I will say the training starts March 23rd, and those first two are booked. So, and that's of course for the intentionality of them being booked is not to not be transparent, but it's to make sure that our training center staff are trained first and foremost, given the involvement that they have with youth. So more information to come, but everyone will be, signing up.
And we'll have one last question, and then we'll need to move forward.
All right, Marinella.
Audio now.
Hello. Well, since with COVID, a lot more people are turning to Messenger, WhatsApp, and all these different social media platforms. Will there be a training on how to watch out if anybody's doing anything through Messenger or any other social media outlets? Because it's things like this are also happening in the anime convention community on top of it. So I was wondering about that.
Sure, you want to hit that or you want me to?
Yeah, I can start if you have anything to add, jump in. But yeah, my expectation is that RAIN will address this kind of thing, just because you're right, like so much has shifted in the era of COVID, and so much is happening virtually, and I think that is an important piece to acknowledge that even virtual spaces need to be protected, and we need to talk about consent and boundaries and what that looks like even in a virtual space, for sure. So I would anticipate that RAIN has adapted their training to incorporate that piece. And if they haven't, then that's something that we can definitely advise them on as well.
And we'll make sure for National Convention that Sarah and I include that topic, because you're right, it's very important. So beyond the first phase, we'll make sure that the needle's pulled further. Thank you so much, Amy, and thank you everyone for your questions. Our door is always open, so please do reach out.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you both. Okay, let's move on to a door prize. We didn't hear from any of the folks who were chosen earlier.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good, good. All right, let's go on to something different then, and we'll come back to those. We have got a $25 gift card from Costco that you don't have to be a member, and it's a gift from Bob Barron. So our next person on the list is Tom Spittle, Spittle.
Are you in the room? He was in earlier.
He's in. He's got his hand up.
Oh, good. Terrific.
All right, Tom.
And let's
good for you.
Let's do one more.
Okay, the next one, this is another nice one. We've got another one of those $25 gift cards, Visa gift cards from the Federation, from the Massachusetts Federation of the Blind. And the winner this time is David Tichy. I think I said your name right,
I
David?
David Tiki's in the room.
I'm here.
There you go.
Good. Congratulations, David.
All right, thank you very much.
David, you finally won a prize. We always hear
Yeah.
we always hear that David doesn't win a prize. Well, now you can say you have.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
And shall we do one more?
Sure. Let's do one more. All right. We got another $20 from the Springfield chapter. And it's for Sherry Brown. I bet we don't have her, though, because she's from Orlando. I hope she's here.
Ah. She is here. Is she here?
Good.
Yay.
No hands yet. I don't.
All right, Sherry. Thank you.
Okay. Terrific. All right. Moving right along, I want to, well, let's talk legislation. And we heard a little bit about that this morning with Sean's remarks, but I'd like to invite Mika Paikala to the podium to give us an update.
I'm sorry, but it's hard to hear you again, Amy.
I'm sorry. Is that any better?
That is much better.
I'm now eating the computer. Sorry about that. I'll try to speak louder. Mika, are you ready?
You're unmuted, Mika. Not sure. Yeah, he's unmuted, but I don't hear anything. It doesn't look like he's speaking.
Hang on, I'm going to try a different microphone. Is that better?
There you go. Yep, now we got you.
Okay, here we go. This is Mika Paikala. Good afternoon and greetings from my home in South Boston, Massachusetts. We're here to talk about Washington Seminar, and everybody's kind of reflected on the pandemic, and it's no different with Washington. Our 2020 Washington Seminar and our state convention were some of the last NFB national and local events before this situation all started. So it's just kind of surreal, just kind of thinking about that. But the Washington Seminar has met at the Holiday Inn Capitol for upwards of 30 years. It's always at the same hotel. And I always like to think of it as a mini national convention. Typically now on Sundays, there are student events and there's a student auction. And I've been to many of those events that Catherine Webster and others have put together. And as you guys know, on Monday, we have the Great Gathering In, which is kind of the opening general session at 5 p.m. And then typically Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we go out to Capitol Hill and lobby Congress, literally on the Hill. So I'm going to make a little bet here, and I'm going to say that the 2022 Washington Seminar may very well be one of the first national events that we bring back live. So I don't know, if I lose that bet, I'm going to have to buy Amy a beer or make a donation or something like that. But I'm certainly hoping in 2022 that we go back to a live event. But this year, like everything else, we did it on Zoom. And we had the Great Gathering In on Monday and the student events. And there was a sense of community, kind of people being on Zoom and kind of talking in groups as you kind of do. So the national office, like our organization, really pulled it together. And in some respects, it was easier because you could book appointments kind of back to back and you wouldn't have to worry about crossing from the House to the Senate side. And but the challenge was that people, since it was a Zoom meeting, understandably, everybody didn't necessarily take the whole week off from work. So, we could book these meetings, but we didn't have the same people, everybody there constantly available. But that being said, our affiliate really stepped up and we had larger groups than ever since it was on Zoom, and we had no trouble filling the slots that we needed. Another change this year was that for legislative directors, which are the the people that kind of coordinate the state by state legislative response nationally. There's a new portal, so that made it easier for us to create appointments and track ratings. And they broadly introduced that this year from the national office, and that was a big help. I think at the end of the seminar, there were just over 400 meetings, and there's 535 members of Congress. So there's still some meetings that will take place in our state and in a number of the other states as well. And the best way to kind of stay abreast of these things, if you're not already on our listservs, is to join our listservs. And you can do that from our state website, nfbma.org, or you can go to our listserv site is nfbnet.org. And then, for example, you can search for the Cambridge chapter list, the at-large chapter list, the Springfield list, or the students list. And typically when we have a legislative advisory or a call to action, it'll be posted on those lists. I'm going to quickly go through the bills, the 4 bills, but there's much more. If you go, for example, to the NFB YouTube channel, you can hear a much more detailed accounting of these bills from our great gathering in and other meetings. And the information has also been on our listservs. If you Google NFB Washington Seminar 2021, it'll bring you to the page, or you can search it on nfb.org. But you'll be able to pull up detailed fact sheets. So I'm going to start out with a new bill, Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act, MDNAA. And this is talking about accessibility of medical devices. That could be blood pressure equipment to track your blood pressure or your blood sugar, or even at-home chemotherapy. Obviously, manufacturers are making these devices without non-visual accessibility, and this bill seeks to make sure that non-visual accessibility is a part of these devices. The next bill is the 21st Century Mobile App and Website Accessibility Act. And it's important that it starts out with mobile apps. So any website or mobile app that you've gone to that has not been accessible, we'd be here, all of us probably have stories every day of encountering apps or websites that are not accessible. So this would create regulations that would basically fall under the purview of the ADA. The ADA basically says that you already have to do this, but it doesn't tell you exactly how you have to do it. So the uptick in accessibility adoption has been slow, and this would speed it up. This is a little bit similar to efforts you might be familiar with having the Department of Justice add websites to their regulations for, especially for commercial and private entities. The next bill is the Americans with Disabilities Voting Rights Act, and this ensures that voting is fully accessible. Now, it's kind of a mixed bag across the country right now. In some states, when you vote with an accessible voting machine, it prints out a different looking piece of paper. In Massachusetts, if you were able to vote electronically, if you were able to get through that paperwork to do it, you had to email your vote, so it wasn't necessarily private. So this bill does a lot to, for example, make most all voting machines accessible. So we're not subject to using one particular machine that may not work or that they haven't plugged in for 5 years. And as I mentioned, we have it pretty good in Massachusetts, but a lot of states don't even have what we have. And even with our system, there are some improvements that could be made. So this would sort of streamline the accessibility of voting for people who are blind and visually impaired. The last bill, it's one that you already know about, the Access Technology Affordability Act. Now, this is the one we might say that's furthest along. It's in the House right now, HR 431, and it's in the Senate, bill number S212. And if you want a quick action item, a call to action, something to do, if you contact your House, your congressperson in the House or your senator and ask them to support the applicable bill number, it's easy. You can do it by phone, or you can do it by email or social media. It's a very flexible call to action. If you're a phone person, you can call. If you prefer to send an email, you can do that. And I'd say is that I've learned, and I appreciate this more and more over the years, that Washington Seminar is really just the beginning of a 1 to 2 year process. So we have the big event in Washington, or the Zoom event, but that's really just the beginning. And every state, including ours, needs to really more proactively stay in touch with our legislators and their offices to just help get these bills sponsored, co-sponsored, and then passed. So there's a lot of momentum typically in the beginning, and then people go on to other things, and so the more all of us across the country can keep these things at the forefront, the better we'll be, and the chances that more of these bills will pass. And we're pretty optimistic about the Access Technology Affordability Act, and then some of the other bills, especially with kind of the changes that we've seen in the Congress lately. So those are my remarks. If Earl Williams is also available, we try to have someone who's more recently attended a Washington Seminar for the first time give kind of their impressions, as well as someone like myself that's been going for a while. And Earl was very helpful in terms of making the appointments. I would send emails out to the offices, and then offices that needed follow-up, I would have Earl give them a call. So he's more a phone guy. So it worked out well. I would send these emails. I'd say, hey, Earl, I need you to call this office or that office. And so it was definitely helpful, and kind of training him in terms of how we make the appointments. And I'll also briefly mention that in going with my prediction for the 2022 Washington Seminar being live, there's a travel auction item in the auction for a trip to Washington for 2022. And also, likewise, Earl has an item in the auction for assistance with an advocacy effort or project that you might be interested in. So there's 2 auction items that broadly relate to Washington Seminar. And with that, if Earl's on the line, I'd welcome his remarks. I'll be really interested in this too, in terms of just his impressions of his first Washington Seminar. So Earl, if you're here, take it away.
Well, I'm here. I'm Earl Williams. So for me, I actually participated I was on the legislative committee for NAPS, I think, with Justin Salisbury and everything. So I got to learn about the Access Technology Affordability Act. And I talked to Jeff Kellogg, and we actually made a call to my representative here, which is Lori Trahan. And we talked to her staff person. And because of that conversation we had, it was a 3-way conversation. She signed on to help the bill move forward. So it was nerve-wracking at first, but I do like talking on the phone. So hey, it was easy for me. So thank you for that experience.
Well, terrific to both of you. And if I may add, one of the things for those of you who read your email from me, and I know I sometimes send a lot of it, but I always ask that people contact their legislators when we're trying to move something forward, either locally or nationally. And Earl is always one of the first to let me know that he's done it, and I really appreciate that. So thank you to you both for all of your hard work. And I'm hoping that we can continue and get even more people involved. I will be discussing more of that in my report, which is up and coming. And I hope that you can hear me better. I am speaking even louder, so I hope you can hear me better.
We can.
Good. So let's have a door prize.
And when you called Sherry before, she was here. She messaged us, Sherry, that the door prize for Sherry. She's here.
Okay. All right.
Oh, good.
Terrific. Okay. So another.
All right, so let's do another. We got a kind of a neat door prize. It's very usable, and if you are connected with any kind of an organization, maybe this is just what you need. We have got a donation of masks, COVID face masks, and it's from Carrie, and we're going to offer that one. It's kind of a nice thing to have. The one who's going to James Antlot, Anliot.
Oh, Jim Anliot, that's my husband.
It is.
And he's
well,
here.
I know
Hello.
he can use it.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah, I know you can use it.
Yes.
I'm sure you'll be able to, not
Thank
only
you very
yourself, but maybe enough to give to somebody else who can use them.
Thank you very much. I
Great.
Well,
appreciate
that's
it.
easy to
All
know where to
right.
ship them.
Yeah.
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 It's not
Right.
very
That's
hard.
pretty easy.
No. Okay, another one. We're going to do another $20.
Sure.
And the winner of this time is Heather DeRay.
Ah, Heather, are you here?
I
I know
think
I
so.
saw you. Heather, are you here? If you're on the phone, it's *9. If you're on the computer, it's Alt-Y. Did we see Heather in the...
I see a Heather, but I don't know if it's that Heather.
Oh.
I don't think I see the Heather you're talking about. I could be wrong though. I see.
There seems to be a Heather, but I don't know if that's that same person.
Yeah, I just see Heather.
Yeah, Heather DeRay,
Heather.
are you there? If you are, please call my phone number, 781-267-4432, or raise your hand. Okay.
All right.
So let's hold up on door prizes. We don't want to give them all away yet.
No. I'm sorry. Who did you say called in? I missed the name.
Sherry? Yeah.
Good.
Sherry Brune from Florida.
All right. Good.
Okay.
Congratulations to all of you.
Great. Thank you so much. And I appreciate our door prize folks. I call on you at odd times, and you're keeping right up with me. So thank you so much. Now it's time for my presidential report. What a year. I mean, really. I was thinking about this morning. You know, just about a year ago, we were sweating it out to see what the weather was going to be and trying to get meals at the hotel. And I was running around talking to people about registration and collecting prizes. And, you know, Jim was at the auction table, and we had, you know, there were just so many things going on. And what a change this has been for everyone. As people have said this morning, both sometimes a positive change and sometimes a negative change. I sincerely hope, particularly because we have a contract with them, I sincerely hope that next year we will be back at the Embassy Suites in Boston, and hope that we'll all be able to get together and meet in person, break bread, enjoy the meals, some of which are better than others, and that we are able to come together, because there's nothing like an in-person convention to help you make connections, to renew acquaintances, and to catch up with your friends. But I have to say that considering everything that all of us, whether we're blind or sighted, have dealt with this year, I'm very proud to say that I am a member of the NFB in Massachusetts. Before the national office even offered Zoom links and participation, we signed up in Massachusetts, paid for our room, and very quickly we started having weekly meetings, just socials, so people could get together and talk with one another and share experiences and frustrations and dreams and victories. And I think that helped us to stay together at a time when it was difficult to do so. Our chapters began to have online and phone meetings to try to continue the work that they had started and to try to continue to connect folks, some of whom don't always have so many opportunities to connect with other blind people. I'm happy to report that thanks to Carrie and Lena, we now have an at-large chapter, which is a fledgling chapter, but I'm really interested to see how that grows. And so we can bring in people who don't have the fortune of being able to attend a local chapter meeting in person. In addition, because of the work of NFB nationally, we've been able to publicize all sorts of events that have occurred, bringing more ways to connect those of us in Massachusetts to the national effort and the national organization. And Mark Riccobono has now begun to have the presidential releases be available online and done live, which gives us all the opportunity to ask questions. And I encourage you, if you haven't done so, to consider doing so, because he and the National Board are very interested in your contributions, your questions, and your concerns. Washington Seminar was an unusual experience, of course, for all of us. I have an even greater appreciation for what it's like when we're in Washington and we don't have to focus on other things when we are at Washington Seminar because we're there. And I know it was a challenge for some of us, including myself, to try to carve out time to attend these sessions and participate. But I'm really so pleased, and I want to give a particular shout out to the Springfield chapter, because, you know, in the past, Springfield has always often sent the same 2 or 3 people. And I think one of the things that's happened this year was that the Springfield chapter in particular stepped up. People volunteered to speak, and even those who didn't volunteer to speak were at those legislative meetings where we practiced and had mock meetings. They sat in on our different sessions with the various legislators in Massachusetts. And several of them have said, I'm willing to try it next year. And that's really important. I would like to see more folks get involved and be able to attend Washington Seminar. Because just like at the National Convention, there's nothing like it when we take over Capitol Hill. As I said earlier, I think sometimes people wonder if there's something suddenly in the water, because all of a sudden blind people are in the majority. And from the way I look at it, that's a wonderful thing to see and to hear, because we have as much right as anyone else. And I think we also have a responsibility to try to advocate for our own needs and for the needs of those who cannot as easily speak for themselves. One of the other things that has been on my agenda for a while and that I have started is we are having, and we are going to continue to have, chapter leadership meetings. I don't expect each chapter to be the same or a carbon copy of one another, but I do think it's important that we try as much as possible to be an affiliate, not separate entities, but to be an affiliate. And so I want chapter leaders to come together to communicate ideas, concerns, challenges, and for all of us to try and find ways that we can unify our affiliate and give people the same kinds of opportunities no matter where they live. I I also think that we need to continue our work with resolutions. Now, last year, we had a resolution which was passed by this membership for helping to get a blind parents bill passed. And we didn't move forward enough on that. So I really want people who are interested in moving that forward to get in touch with me. I want to establish a committee to get that done. Massachusetts, like every other state, is still having to face the discrimination against blind parents. We have a situation right now, as a matter of fact, that I was called upon to ask to assist with. We have a woman whose family member gave birth and was not in a position to care for their child. And this young woman, who happens to be blind, tried to gain temporary custody of this child and was denied by DCF. And although they didn't say it exactly, the questions were all about her blindness, and they denied her custody. And we have been, I contacted the national office, and thanks to the work of Sharon Kremer-Reisbaum from Brown, Goldstein, and Levy, we are working through that and trying to help her to get the temporary custody of this child, because there's no reason why she is not qualified to do so. We will hear more about a lot of other legal advocacy a little bit later today. And I want to share briefly, though I can't discuss details because I'm under a non-disclosure agreement, but I want to thank the NFB, and particularly those of you in Massachusetts who were aware that I had to file against my employer because of 12-year discrimination and the inability to do my job, not because I'm not capable, but because they insisted upon using software that was not accessible, and to tell me that it was okay if I did only part of my job, leaving it to my other colleagues. We ended up mediating this because the good news about the lawsuit was that I got their attention. And even the judge, with whom I'm not particularly pleased, even though she frankly thought I was just amazing because I wanted to work so hard, which made me want to gag. Even she said that had I not filed the suit, I wouldn't have gotten their attention. We ended up mediating because they started to do enough, at least temporarily, to address some of the issues. There are still many challenges that await. And I have to tell you that this was a more harrowing, emotionally difficult experience than I anticipated. But I so appreciate the support and the concern that so many of you showed me during the process. I also want to call out our affiliate for something else. One of the reasons that I'm involved on a local and national level is the opportunity that I have sometimes every week to help somebody who is less fortunate than I am, to help somebody who doesn't know where to turn and who needs a hand. And very recently, I was contacted in a rather circuitous way. The brother of my program assistant at the Mass Association for the Blind and Visually Impaired had been seeing a homeless woman on the streets for several months, in the cold, in the rain. And he had tried to help her. He's a college student. He had tried to help her in whatever way he could. And then, because his sister works for the Mass Association for the Blind, he told her about the situation, and she contacted me. And thanks to the generosity both of the affiliate in giving me permission to donate monies from the affiliate, and to the about 15 generous people who came forward and also donated personally, we were able to give this woman, in a very cold week, a week-long stay at a hotel so she wouldn't be freezing in inadequate clothes. And we were able to give her $1,200 in cash, and also to give her a lot of leads around long-term housing initiatives that she can pursue. And we'll be continuing to do that. And I have to say, I wish that all of you could have heard her thanks and her appreciation for what we did. It's a small thing in many ways, but to her, it was huge. When I first started speaking to her, she was a little bit hostile. And she said, so many people offer to help and they don't come through. So I don't want to tell you very much about myself. And I certainly understood and appreciated that. And after some time of talking and listening to her, she changed, and she was much more receptive and willing to share information. And at the end of it, it was raining on Tuesday, and we were supposed to have quite a snowstorm, which didn't materialize here in Boston. But it was raining, and when I connected with her on Tuesday, she said, thank you, I really do want to meet up with you because I need the money and I need help. But I don't want you to go out if it's not safe for you to do so. And I think that underscored for me the fact that we have done the right thing and that we have extended ourselves beyond even our Federation family. And I'm so proud of all of you for doing so. This has been an interesting year, as I've said. A challenge in many ways, a success in many ways. But one of the things that I think, I hope at least, that it causes all of us to do is to reevaluate our priorities, to think about what we want our lives to be like in the future, and how we can best work to make the lives of ourselves and those around us better. And that's something in terms of life balance that I've been trying to grapple with for a long time. And as many of you know, I do preach life balance. I do think it's important to be well-rounded and to pursue the things that are really important to you, while, of course, you're giving back. And I want to announce today that this will be my last term as president if I'm elected. Not because I don't care about this organization or because I don't think it's important, but I think I need to create more life balance for myself. I also believe in term limits. I know that's not something that is shared by the NFB in general, but I do believe in the value of term limits. And I believe that it is important for leadership, for new leadership, to always be involved, to contribute ideas, and to make the Federation better. So over the next 2 years, my primary goals are going to be to help develop leadership in this organization, to provide opportunities for training, and to do succession planning. That means that those of you who are interested in leadership, I want to help you. I want to mentor you. I want to connect you with other people who can also do that. And I want you to be successful. And I'll still be around. I'm not going anywhere. But I think it is time that other people in this organization step forward, as many have started to do, and to embrace the philosophy and the work that we are doing here in Massachusetts and that we need to continue. As always, I want to end by just saying again, thank you, thank you, thank you. For all of you who have responded to my emails, who've tolerated my text messages in the middle of the night, who've responded to phone calls, who've offered to be of assistance, who've provided support, and who have been there to do the work of the Federation. And I want to thank you. I'll be thanking people, particularly some specific people later on tomorrow. But I just want to also thank you for the opportunity to serve as your president over these years. As I always say, I got involved in the Federation because of the opportunity that we have to make changes through advocacy. But I've stayed involved because of the joy I get from the opportunity to help others to change their lives, perhaps one at a time. So thank you all, and I look forward to the coming year. Okay. Can we have a door prize? I need a break.
Don't you miss that applause, though?
No,
Jim
that's okay. I don't
unmuted
like
all of
recognition.
us. Oh, yes,
right.
you do.
Okay, everyone, give her an applause now. That way she'll miss it later.
Well, Jim's got to unmute.
President, outstanding speech. Outstanding speech.
Sorry, I had to cause pandemonium before giving out the next door prize.
So, for that, Lorna.
Absolutely, anytime, Amy. I'm good for stuff like that. So our next door prize is a $25 Visa gift card, and that is donated by our affiliate of Massachusetts. And our winner is Leo Fuse. Leo, are you here?
I wish he was here. Leo is one of the support group leaders at NAVI who has been involved and expressed some interest in coming to this convention, but I don't see him in the Zoom. But Leo, if you happen to be on by another means, please call me at 781-267-4432.
Shall I do another prize then?
Oh, sure.
Okay. $20 cash prize, and that goes to Mike Karsek. Mike, if you would let us know that you're here by either raising your hand, and you also have the option of calling Amy as well.
Okay. I don't We haven't heard, so we'll wait for those two people to contact us for a few minutes. You want to try one more?
Sure. One more $20 cash prize, and that will go to Elizabeth L'Espérance. Elizabeth, are you here? I hear crickets.
Okay. All right. We will
All right.
see.
We'll see. We'll wait to see who contacts us, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
All
By
right.
the way, Heather Dore did call in and claimed her cash prize,
Oh, great.
just so everybody knows.
Great. Congratulations, Heather. That's terrific. So now I want to introduce our next panel, and I apologize. I went over a bit. My apologies on that one. But I want to introduce our panel on diversity and discrimination. And that will be Lena Bandy, Barbara Lomack, Syed Rizvi, and Earl Williams. So take it away, guys.
Barbara, did you want to go first?
I can if you want. This is Lena.
Oh, go ahead, Lena.
So hi, I'm Lena Bandy. I am